Hey guys, welcome to the Primordial Cup Invitational. Hope you're all as excited as I am to do this highly competitive play between some of the best players that North America has to offer. I'm May. I mostly host discussions about theory and deck building on X, formerly known as Twitter, and my co-host for the first part half of the day is...
Hello, I'm Zara. I'm a casually competitive VTuber who streams the game on a weekly basis, and I'm excited to see what the day brings us.
Of course. Now, Zara, you've only started competing at events recently, yes?
Yep, it's been about 1 year.
Yeah, me personally, I've been competing almost double digits myself, but
Oh,
I think
wow.
this is a bit of a theme for the tournament. We'll be having
Yeah.
our Olympian players who have joined the scene a little more recently, and we have our Titan players who have been in the scene for a lot longer. So I'm excited to see what these two sort of disparate groups will be able to bring together here.
I do find it interesting that we have like a nice pool of, I guess what you could call more recent players in the mix because they allow us to see how the game has changed and evolved over the years. Because even though I haven't been playing competitively, I have been playing the game for like 10 years, just, on the side casually as a hobby. And it's nice to see like how the game changes, how like the different players will think about it as the times change as well.
Yeah, me personally, I've been talking to some of my friends that have been playing for a lot longer, but have kind of fallen out with the game and coming back. They've mentioned a lot about like me personally, I've been here for the entire duration, so these subtle changes have kind of not been as noticeable since I've been here for them. But
Right.
for these older players who have not really been following along as recently, it's been a much more interesting experience for them to hear about how we're talking about the game, how we're thinking about the game, how
Mhm.
like kind of information kind of spreads throughout the game. Because that was very, very different. Like back then, we didn't have Dexander, we didn't have VG Paradox.
Right.
Our like social media for Vanguard was a lot more limited. You know what I mean?
And it's really nice to see the game grow in popularity over the years as well. Because back when I was really little, it was really hard to like see anything about it and get my hands on anything because it just wasn't as known.
Mhm. Yeah, me personally, I only knew about it because one of my friends, they saw the anime actually, the first episode with Kai versus Aichi. That was just kind of wrote.
Oh, that's
You
a
like,
moment.
yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, because yeah, my first Vanguard product was the Dragonic Overlord one actually, the very first trial deck.
Oh,
Used to be a big Kai fan back in the day.
yeah. My first deck, I believe, was the Genesis trial deck that came out
Mhm.
during Break Right era.
Yeah, yeah, Break Rider. I think that was when was the start of getting a lot cooler trial decks, I
Mhm.
think, where the cards are a lot more impactful. Definitely a lot better now that things come out in full 4 copies. Back then, having
Yeah.
to buy 4 of the
My
trial
one
decks.
copy of Angelica carrying me through.
Yeah, I know my friend was a big Shadow Paladin player,
Ah.
and playing Raging Form, having to get 4 of the trial deck for Break Ride was really, really rough.
Mhm.
Nowadays, like, we've seen the more recent products with
The
the
Master
Dredrewald
deck
and
sets?
the Dredrewald and the
Mhm.
Leonard, where you pretty much have a lot of what you need to do at the start, right, just in full sets of 4, which is really,
Yep.
really, really nice.
Like everything you need for the deck. It's just like all the little generics that you might want to pick up along the way.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that's another way just the games has evolved around, right? Like both the players, how we think about the game, and also just how
Right.
Bushiroad operates things, I think is another really interesting thing to keep in mind.
I do like that Bushy has been trying to give us like new formats too to work with because they introduced Lyrical Cup during BSF this year.
For sure,
So
for
they're
sure.
definitely trying to expand your options and what you're able to play. So we'll see how that carries over into the BCS season as well.
Yeah, I agree because one big thing for me is that I've always viewed a Vanguard as a game that everyone has a way to enjoy it. Like that's how I
Mhm.
was introduced to the game. There's like, oh, there's a clan for everyone. There's an aesthetic for everyone. But I also think that kind of extends like there's just different ways to enjoy this game too. I know there's like I'm friends with a lot of lore heads that really love the story.
Mhm,
I'm like
mhm.
there's some players that really enjoy the anime, even if they don't really play the game. I think that's just a very cool thing about Vanguard that I really commend Bushiroad for kind of exploring, just being able to more like microcosms of this hobby that we can enjoy more individually.
I know some people who will play the game just to collect cards because of how pretty they are, other people who are a little bit more competitive, and then other people who just want to, play for fun and use little silly funny things against others.
Yeah, like collective. I can relate. I collect cards that I really like just to have them.
Like
I
sometimes I'll
just
just look at a card and be like, "Oh, you're so cute. You're mine. I'm never gonna play you in a deck, but you're mine."
yeah, I haven't been able to use these in a while, so and I'm still more than happy to have them on the side of my desk. So, what can you say? You have any pieces that you picked up, like maybe older pieces? Because I know you mentioned you played for a while, but
I fell in love with Dragonic Waterfall at the start of V
mm,
because I was like, "Oh my god, they brought back a tear dragon into Kagero. What am I gonna do?"
tear dragons are a thing. Tear dragons and Kagero are a thing I really miss. I'm glad we've had another
Mhm,
one with the Vanadier Grade 2,
mhm.
but I think we've been rambling long enough.
Yeah.
Let's go check out our sponsors.
So let's move on to our sponsors who made this event possible because without them, we wouldn't even be here today. Uh, so first up, we have dual specs. So if you are looking for any dice or high quality sleeves, they have a bunch of selections for you. And I believe they have a new series of oversleeves and a metal dice set if you're interested in reusing any of those. They also provided our participants a simple playmat that you yourself can also purchase using exclamation point merch in the chat, and that will take you right there. Our next sponsor is 50 Cards, where they sell singles, boxes, basically anything you need Vanguard related. And they have contributed to the event by providing $500 for the prize pool. So there are very high stakes for the event that our competitors are definitely going to try to go for. And then our final sponsor is going to be Triple Rare, who have given us nice art sleeves. And if you're ever interested, they also have playmats, deck boxes, and even posters. So you can always go check them out. And from there, we can talk about the format of this tournament.
Yeah. Okay. So this is an invitational where we will be having 16 players who are battling it to get like Sarah said, one of those sweet prizes. Top four will all be getting store credit in some form. So he'll be looking here. So the first half of the day will be pools. Pools will be what we were doing for day one. It'll be 4 randomly generated groups of 4. We'll be participating in a round robin. Everyone's going to play against everyone else once each. And the top 2 of each pool will be put into the winner side of day 2's bracket, while the bottom 2 will be put into the loser side of that bracket. The final bracket is a seeded double elimination bracket where players cannot afford to lose. Players on the loser side of the bracket will be knocked out after 1 loss, while players on the winner side will have it a little easier and they'll be able to afford 2. Grand finals will be best of 3. Any information for the bracket you can find later on with the exclamation point bracket function on the chat. Now, with that all the way, let's move on to meeting our players for the first wave of pools for this first half of the day. First up is an Advent Reverse player. Advent Reverses Bailey, a Titan, a NorCal team. He's an incredibly consistent long-term player who's been on the scene for a long, long time. I've seen him, me personally, as a SoCal player myself, I've seen him really consistently at the events I attend to. He's a very chill, silly guy who's always a pleasure to see at events. And then let's move on to yet another Titan and team player. It'll be Kingslayer's Crow. Kingslayer Cards Crow, Florida, and Kingslayer is a Florida and Georgia-based team. And although Crow himself is a very, very accomplished player, as you can see, he's his biggest contribution to the scene is that he's a tournament organizer as well, who hosts the very well-known now Kingslayer Cups that are very, very rigorous on the pricing. And because of that, he's a huge pillar of the community over on the East Coast. Moving on.
And from there, we have our first Olympian on this list. This is Shinkaran's Megatrick, also known as Kevin. This is someone who has started in 2017 in the game and religiously plays Pale Moon. And because he can't have his Pale Moon in a competitive way in Standard, he has changed up and gone to Stroa, which he brought to BSF Richmond too. Funnily enough, I think I played against him and the 8 heals were resolved in that game. It was a crazy game. He's a very nice guy, very fun to play with, a lot of high energy, you know, just all the nice vibes.
Next up is another Olympian, and this time a solo player who's not associated with the team, Ootman. He's a representative of players who started with VG0, and like as we can see, even the newer players that started with not with the paper game are able to come over with bring those VG0 skills up to the paper game. So I think it'll be really nice for those Vanguard people who started the game with Vanguard 0 to see one of that group be able to compete and so consistently as well. Brandgate's biggest stand, and his signature is building funny combo decks, with one of the most famous being the Mellisto Mill combo that we see in Premium. He's from Long Island, which is a very, very strong competitive local scene, and I'm glad he's here to bring his skills to the table. Next up is, well, that'll be the first 4 players of the first pool, so let's move on to the second pool with...
So starting our second pool of players, we have Aries CFE, also known as Kenzio throughout the community. He is a Dragon Empire main who loves to follow the meta because he eats, sleeps, and breathes this game to a T. I don't think I've ever seen this guy go a day without ever thinking about the game, honestly. But yeah, he kind of just keeps going at it, keeps trying hard, and he's the one who's been, you know, looking up to Steven, another player that we'll touch on later on, along with the next person on this list, which would be Sergio. Someone who's been in the game longer, who grew up playing Vanguard his entire life, and loves Keter Sanctuary and Gold Paladins in particular. He's got 2 championships under his belt, so a very strong player on that front. Also a very nice person to talk to, and gives a lot of fun input when you want to talk about decks. And boiling it all down, we have WCC Suo. This man needs no introduction. I'm sure everyone in the competitive scene knows who he is, what he's accomplished. And honestly, I feel like he is the one that everybody is aiming to beat in this event, you know? He's been standing at the top for so long. Let's see who can potentially take him down.
Maybe even it'll be our last player for this pool, Trenton, an Olympian and a player of Clairvoyance, which was really originally part of Procyon. He's a newer player to the scene who's been getting result after result after just debuting, which I think is very, very impressive for a new player. He's a huge Java and Liel fan, which hopefully we'll get to see on stream with his max rarity Odium deck. I've commentated for him before, and I think it was very, very impressive to see all those shiny cards on the table. But with that out of the way, let's move on to watch the match, what you're really here for.
So our first match here is going to be Kenzio versus Steven.
Yep, we see Kenzio on the left, repping all of his now merch.
All of the now merch that he's collected. If we start looking at that energy pile soon, we'll see how much that all adds up to.
Yeah, we do see that he decided to opt for the Suo energy marker, which I think is just a little joke in between him and his teacher of sorts.
And it seems that Suo has 1 dice roll here.
Mm-hmm.
Going first.
We'll see shortly if... Yep, it looks like Kenzio is definitely on Basarga, as you said. Definitely one of the strongest deck in the format right now.
Yep. And it comes as no surprise considering he loves both Dragon Empire and whatever is meta. So
yeah,
I can't say the deck choice leaves much to be desired, can I?
Yeah, definitely to be expected. Definitely his format, just having a strong Dragon Empire deck that he can really gel with. That we do see on the other side that Suo, matching his namesake of sorts, is playing Blanemire.
How do you feel about this matchup?
Definitely, the pressure that Basarga can put out is definitely can be a struggle for Blanemire to handle, especially because a lot of Blanemire lists don't really focus as much as on the guarding value. Blanemire is not exactly counterblast intensive, but he would prefer to use counterblast to hold tempo. So being able to take damage and whatnot early is very helpful for them. So a lot of the best ways to go against
Mhm.
Bob is to try to stay at low damage so you can go into those stronger turns and be able to take more damage on those really, really big restander attacks.
Mhm.
But like as I said, Blankmeyer tries to take a little bit of damage early just so
Right.
that it can use that CB for tempo. And especially going first, you really want to aim for that turn 4 divine
Mhm.
skill kill.
And on Bob's hand, they're just here to just essentially bash you in the face and go.
Yeah. We do see on Steven's side that he does only get one off the ride line, which an unfortunate part of the Blame My Ride line and one of its most critical weaknesses, in my opinion, is that the ride line has such big consequences if you are not able to hit it. Because not only do you not get the draw card, which makes it a little bit more of a struggle to get through that early game, it also means you have less soul. And because Blankmeyer asks for 4 soul every turn, that's one of its biggest maintenance costs per turn. Not being able to have that soul stockpiled is very much of a struggle.
While that might be a struggle, I think one of the joys of playing the deck is the gambling high that you potentially get from hitting off the top of
Yeah.
your match.
Mm-hmm.
And also, we see that Steven has found the boost order, so he's probably going to have Vaderock at some point down the line potentially too, which are big columns that I don't know if Kenzio will be able to just guard off early.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we do see the wizard come down. I think while the set 8 support for Blankmeyer, of course, Nexus is a really big thing. I think Wizard being able to let the deck play a little bit more on a couple different axes is also really important because Wizard is a body that you can throw out early on board going second. Those turn 1 tri lanes are really, really important. Digging for pieces into soul is really important, and also it gives the deck a unique ability to put cards from soul into hand, including perfect guard, which helps make its scribe game much, much, much more impressive.
But we do have to keep in mind that the wizard is another CB cost in the deck, so you're forced to make decisions at that point.
Yep.
Do you want to use that counterblast for the wizard to fish something out of the soul? Do you want to use it for Zamoog if you need more soul? Potentially, if he runs Alchemist in this list, are you going to prioritize the restand as well?
Yeah, like I said, Blankmeyer is like one of the more interesting decks with counterblast in particular because although the main maintenance cost is just the 4 cards from soul into bind, like you said, like using that CB, you really do want to use that CB for tempo as much as you can. You do see off of the Grade 2 ride line, you do see Colossus get soul charged off of it, which is, like you said, like that gambling high feeling with Blankmeyer, just like the highs are high and the lows are low. When the Grade 2 ride line is able to soul charge a Colossus and it's effectively a draw 2 ride line, that just feels really, really, really strong.
We also see Kenzio opting not to commit anything early on, just so that he doesn't lose those pieces to Blackmeyer's skill. But
Yep.
I wonder if he can apply enough pressure next turn, or if he's planning to stall out the game.
I think Kenzio does a smart play here where he kind of layers what he decides to do here.
Mm-hmm.
He commits nothing to board, which of course, like you said, means that Blankmeyer can't remove anything, which helps to keep his own resources without any losing anything. But he also, because he invested low into board, he chose to damage deny and swing into a rear guard instead, which, like we said, not having counterblast means that Blankmeyer has a lot less options to be able to put on the pressure. And I think as we can see that Kenzio is trying to push this more towards the long game, where obviously as a divine skill deck, although Blankmeyer's grind game is much, much better than it used to be, it makes it a little bit harder to really, while Target gets to do a full power turn after full power turn, Blankmeyer's only really got that one really big punch turn before it has to start going more towards just like for a big attack that you can use your perfect guards on.
Right. And I believe that Steven has decided to only bind 2 face down for the initial swing. It appears.
Oh. Yeah, that's another thing. Like obviously, like no counterblast means no Zamoog, means a lot less to work with. Whiffing the first ride line really, really hurts. It is a good thing though that like I do think that's smart on Steven's end, because although he's only binding 2, and that means he's not really getting as much power, and he's not binding anything, he did bind the Colossus off the ride line, and he will have another opportunity to bind Wizard down the line. So I do think he does make a smart play here, where he still is on pace for his bind zone, and will still be able to hit the 8 on turn 4, or maybe he'll wait till turn 5, where he'll have 12 to 14 cards in his bind zone for a much stronger divine skill turn.
Considering that Kenzio is also at 1 damage, there is potential that he does stall it out a turn longer, just because it would be easier to kill Kenzio when he's higher up.
Yep.
Additionally, you'll see him draw a bunch of cards here off shield and whatnot. So in combination of those skills, you could also be looking at an angle of Steven trying to maybe dwindle down his hand as well. Try to reduce the overall shield value.
It will be a tough spot, because as we see, Balsara puts a shield on board, which I think is one of the really, really big strengths to her grind game. She getting this 20k shield for just 1 soul every single turn, no matter what, is very, very, very impressive. And I think, especially in this matchup, where although Blankmeyer's divine skill can negate Balsarga herself, it can't negate the shield. So that's still 20k you can dedicate to help block that divine skill turn.
And I think an interesting deck building choice that Kenzio has made is to run the ace unit here. Because a lot of times you'll see the argument of whether or not you run the ace unit in pre-ban buffs, because we're not on the JP list. But here, I guess you can look at it as it provides a draw, it's a good beater, and he also removes something off of Steven's board.
Yeah. Very notably is that in specifically Basarga's case, her soul dust to effect wipe the front row. If there is no front row, that means you get a draw. So a situation that we just saw right here, where the ace unit can remove the other front row, that means Basarga can draw 1 card instead of having to retire. So that means that ace unit effectively is a draw 2 here, which I think is a very, very, very strong advantage piece, especially for a card that's attacking for 25k here. We do see Kenzio using arm skill to arm sword. Yep. Looks like he's not. We did see him mill out a mace, so he doesn't opt to kill the wizard. We'll see if he wants to, moving forward, use the sword more to gain power to front row, or use the shield more to draw more cards, which is another big strong aspect of Basarga. Because
we'll get Cindy back here. There's a chance he chooses to put Cindy in soul and grab mace here, just to get rid of that wizard as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the really strong aspects of Basarga is just the deck's ability to just kind of choose what it needs to do at any given point, right?
A Vanguard with that Trick Moon. Have we seen a Trick Moon yet on Kenzio's end?
We have not, which is definitely a little bit of concern. EB7 to draw.
We could potentially just be fishing here to try to find that missing piece. And we see the Trick Moon right there. And a Vylord on top of it.
Unfortunately, no counterblast here to be able to arm from drop, but still being able to confirm that plus 10k to the front row there is very, very strong.
And I believe that Vylord can't be touched by the bind skill?
Yep, cannot be chosen for any reason at all. Even with triple drive 2 crit on the Vanguard, triple drive 2 crit on the Vanguard swing, Steven being at 0 damage means that even if he does have to no guard this, he's still in a fairly comfortable position. Of course, you would prefer to have a PG available for every single one of those swings, because you don't want to risk taking 3 or 4 damage, right? But you kind of, during the early game, when you might not have as ideal pieces that you haven't been really like digging for, haven't been cultivating your hand for, it can be a little hard. So being at this safe position is very, very good.
And we know as of right now, Steven has 1 PG out as far as I followed, because he soul charged 1 earlier. And then you have to consider that if it is relatively safe to take buffs, swing here, just because, he might not actually check the crits, because I believe we saw Kenzio guard with a couple of them early on as well.
Yep. Looks like Stephen does take. Ooh, a very,
Oh, and
very strong heal to bound 0 here.
a heal PG and a Cindy, I believe.
2 damage. Like we talked about, now Stephen has plenty of damage to work with. Let's see if he wants to blow it all in this turn for tempo. Let's see if he wants to. The Divine Skill might not be the best thing to do while the opponent is at 0, so we'll see what he goes for. You did mention a PG and Soul, which with the Wizard in the back row, I think is going to be really, really helpful here. Do you think maybe that Kenzio could have opted to try to mace to kill that Wizard? Because it's pretty clear that that Wizard's going to be trying to grab that PG if it can.
Right. From the way that I've heard Kenzio talk about grabbing mace to popping a back row unit, he considers it a neg1 from hand at times because it eats up resources to do so. And for him, in a situation like this, where I guess he seems to be looking to farm more hand, I think he would prefer to hold on to as much of his hand as possible.
Yep, that makes sense.
And I think he'd also be considering the fact that if he commits the Wizard, what is he losing out on?
I do think that's a good point to make, because especially like we talked about these matchups where it's Basarga versus Divine Skill decks, the long game definitely favors Basarga a lot more.
Right.
So even if Stephen gets a PG out of the Soul here, it still the game going longer definitely benefits Kenzio a lot more than it does Stephen here.
You also have to consider the fact that Blackmire is susceptible to decking out if it cannot kill off of Divine Skill, and we also don't see any pressure on Stephen's side with Evade Rock or anything, so we might also be looking at weaker numbers overall.
Yep.
And I believe his soul is also very little at the moment.
Yeah, looks like he's calling Colossus, so that does technically does telegraph that Stephen's looking to farm more cards here for a stronger next turn than trying to go for game here. You haven't seen a Vaderok or a Wizard yet, which definitely is a little bit of cause for concern, because that's no Alchemist, sorry. No Alchemist means you're limited to 3 attacks, and without those 4 attacks, it can be a little bit harder to be able to get Bobs to those more scary 3 and 4 damage thresholds where Divine Skill was really, really, really scary.
And with Kenzio holding onto a PG right now, 3 attacks may just fall in pressure.
Yep. We haven't seen a Zamug either yet.
No Zamug, no Alchemist, no Vaderok. There's a good chance, given all of that, that a lot of Stephen's hand is just triggers at this point.
Yeah, and if Kenzio is able to realize that, maybe he'll be a little bit more confident just staying low and then taking the Divine Skill turn, because if there's so many triggers, we see another trigger out.
And it's notable that those triggers are criticals as well.
Yeah.
Like there's plenty of crits out.
One of Blankmire's scariest strengths is that during Divine Skill turn, if Blankmire swings with 2 crit and you have to no guard it, like 2 crits off the top might just end the game. And that deck is able to really deck in a lot for those. But if the crits aren't out in the deck still, then you can't really check them, right? You saw a crit get soul charged early off board. You have a crit.
Oh, and a crit right here.
Yep.
Oh, and there's that Vade Rock that we were looking for.
Yep. Looking like next turn is going to be a lot better than this one. Trick Moon to damage, Defensing Roar to damage.
The Defensing Roar might actually be huge, because one of Bavsagra's defensive moments too is Defensing Roar with OT, especially in a matchup against Blackmire on Divine Skill turn. It helps a lot.
Yep, having OT on hand, having Defensing Roar to be able to bounce it back to hand is just such a huge wall that Blankmire has to fight over in this matchup. Like that, just seeing Defensing Roar OT is able to like win this matchup by itself, especially like we said, like the long game does not favor Blankmire in this matchup. Blankmire will get close to deck out. Blankmire will have its turns be a lot weaker once its Divine Skill is up, compared to Basargo, who's just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again once it's able to.
But the health of Kenzio's hand does concern me, considering he also opted to eat the rearguard swings.
Yep.
So now he is pushed up to 3, which could be a potentially fatal spot to be at on a Divine Skill turn.
Like we talked about, PG goes back to hand with Wizard. that will most certainly will be used on the Vanguard's 2-crit triple drive swing coming up.
That is also a massive hand on Stevenson.
Yep. That ride line still charging, the Colossus really coming in clutch. Colossus getting called out off of bind and then drawing another card also comes in clutch. It's another really, really nice thing that Nexus has given the deck. Where before Nexus, when you had to sit on old Blankmeyer, the deck kind of did just have to kind of gamble, kind of had to hope that the crits hit, had to kind of play more low to the ground, push the opponent, and finish that way without really much of a plan for the long term. We see Steven like opting for these long term decisions, drawing cards, pushing for PGs, instead of just trying to put out the pressure over and over, which I think is, although the ride line can be a little bit finicky when it's not able to get you your cards, get you your soul. But once you're in a position where you're ready to go, I think Blankmeyer gives you a lot of the decisions and choices to be able to, that these top players really want to be able to position themselves to have the best odds for success.
But with that new availability to play for a long game, you also have to now be mindful of whether or not you're drawing too many cards and potentially leading yourself straight into decking out.
Yep. Ride line can potentially remove 4 cards by itself if you soul charge 3 normals and draw a card for both the 1 and the 2, right? And then a lot of the cards just draw cards. A lot of cards are mandatory soul charges, importantly. Vaderock and obviously Ford is in the list right now as well, right?
And then we see the first Yugma shot that Kenzio has revealed on his end, so there's definitely an intent to apply pressure this turn.
Yep, Yugma shot is definitely one of the strongest restands we've gotten, able to draw 2 cards instead of, like, say, the easiest deck comparison to Lithosagor from Drajul, who only draws 1. Even though Lithosagor definitely does hit a lot harder. It swings for 20, especially when the opponent's power is set to 0 once Ignis comes down. But Yugma shot still is very, 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 very strong, able to dig the defenses and whatnot.
We also see Fire Regalis off of Kenzio's end, potentially finding him maybe another Yugma shot right there.
Yeah, Fire Regalis is very, very strong in this deck in particular. I know me personally, I was playtesting a lot of other options. Shroud in Darkness was one I was really, really excited to test. But Stargar is a deck that kind of has a hard time having those early discards because like the deck has a lot of really important pieces it wants to keep. Even though the arms can be a little enticing to discard because they have no shield, sometimes you want to keep them in hand to arm them from hand.
Right, and Kenzio has also tested Shroud in Darkness, but he's come to prefer Fire Regalis. I think another plus side of Fire Regalis, in addition to potentially like deck thinning one and calling out a piece you need, is the draw in case you don't find what you're looking for.
Yep. And also one big benefit is that it's one of the best cards to put into Soul with Basarga's arm skill. Because you put it into Soul, you put it in from hand to Soul blast it 2 immediately to get Basarga's crit up, and then you can immediately fire the Fire Regalis for value, which I think is really, really, really strong, and why a lot of Basarga players have been preferring that Regalis over anything else. So I kind of missed it. Do you remember if Kenzio managed to trigger Persona Ride this turn or not?
I don't believe so, because when he was looking through his soul, he didn't have another copy of Bob's in it.
Yep, that means those numbers are even without Persona Ride, Verilord being able to give that +10, that's Persona Ride by itself, right?
Right.
Especially with Sword armed as well, that +15 to front row. So even though there's no Persona, the Yugma shot swinging for 38 is still very, very scary.
He might also be holding on to that Persona just in case for Divine Skill as well.
Yeah. Very, 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 very good call. Because even though Basarga is strong, it's not strong enough that it can't play the game with its Vanguard negated. So holding on to Persona specifically for the Divine Skill turn is very, very smart to do.
I believe those Yugma shots are, one might be 40 and the other one 35, boosted 43.
Yep.
If my math suffices and I've paid enough attention to skills, which means there's a chance that Steven eats these.
Yep. Steven does go to 5, which I think is a smart thing to do. Gives you plenty of counterblast to play with to try to gun for game here, which I think is what Steven's going to aim for. But even with Basaga's quite strong defensive abilities, being at 3 against Blanemire is still very, very, very scary. If that Vanguard's way too big for you to hard guard, you just have to risk the no guard, right?
And here's where we see the Zamoog, I believe.
Yep, that's a Moog. Ooh, Overtrigger's still in deck. Ooh, that's going to be something that Kenzio has to worry about. Because
that's definitely going to be a point of stress for him right there.
Yeah, especially when the deck's getting as small as it is, that the chance of that Overtrigger showing up is getting higher and higher. Especially because, like, in a deck like Blanemire, when the Divine Skill goes up, you can't PG that 100 million. That's something you just got to take.
And the Vanguard itself is 2 crits, so and I believe that was Dark State's OT, so that's 3 damage right there. That could just be the game if it's checked.
Even with the padded offhand, it's still going to be very, very scary for Kenzio here. Especially with all that counterblast to play around with. Yep, Vadrock comes down like we saw last turn.
And the Soul Charge.
Ooh, it's a Wizard. I don't believe they're with another PG, so I doubt that's going to be the call. But like we said, when you can call anything from Soul, you can call anything out of Bind with Nexus. You just have so much options at your disposal.
Sometimes too many options will put you at a standstill, though.
Yep.
Just for a bit.
I'm glad that this is the direction.
Oh, and it was the Wizard? Not the Wizard?
Looks like a Philia. Or is that Colossus?
Maybe not. We're thinking here.
Yep. Looks like Wizard.
And I think he's committed to the Wizard now.
Yep. Definitely not. Definitely is still a good backup option, right? Like Blizzard can go to Bind, and then you can get a Nexus out of Soul for follow up. So definitely not a bad call. You can never be sure that your Divine Skill is going to kill, right? There's obviously the DOT, obviously. Like, even though Steven made the smart choice to stay at 5 to deny heals, but maybe a 6 heal will happen, so you can never be entirely sure. Get back to back row, that'll very clearly get the boost set order trigger.
Yep. And Kenzio's OT is also not known. So if he checks it defensively, that does put a stop to Steven's entire turn.
Or more importantly, if it's in hand and he gets to defensing roar back into hand.
But we have Vadrocks on both columns, so these are very scary numbers right here.
Especially on a turn 5 Divine Skill where you've got way more bind than you would on the turn 4. Yeah, boost order goes there. Yep, that sure is the real nice Blanemire board. It does look like Steven's opting to restand the Vadrock here with the Alchemist instead of the Zamoog, which I know a lot of players would usually opt for instead. I do think this is a smart thing to do just because it kind of evens out the numbers a little bit better. Like the Blanemire Zamoog column, that's 30 boosted by what's looking like 40 right now. So that's already 70. So another 15k from the Alchemist puts it to 85, which is still like within the... It's still like way past the realm of realistically being able to hard guard, but the Vadrock column on the other side, that's 45, 53, and then that'll build up to 68 off of the Alchemist restand, which is a whole lot bigger than 53 and a lot more noticeable of a number. Because 53, that's a number that if you take a defensive trigger, that's something you can guard with 15 and the shield effect, right? Because that's 23 plus that goes to 43, goes to 58. So 53 is a number that can be realistically guarded with very few cards, but pumping that up to 68, that's immediately much harder to deal with.
I do actually like the Vadrock swing first because it gives you the option of, if you take this, my Zamoog swing is automatically lethal as well.
Yep.
So it forces your opponent to be like, do I have to commit to guarding here? Do we recall if Kenzio dropped the PG earlier last turn?
I can't remember, but I know a lot of people are like,
yeah.
An old argument for old Blanemire was that, oh, you shouldn't swing like this because that means they're just going to PG the first attack, which Kenzio obviously opts to here. But like we talked about, the grind game for Blankmeyer is much, much better now. Like using the PG here means you might not be able to have a PG for the later turns where these sometimes you'll have these Fade Rock boosted by Fade Rock columns, and if you don't, you are not guarding that attack without a PG.
And I think like a bigger thing to note here too is that because of Divine Skill, Kenzio will also be pushed up in damage. So despite being maybe like a 3-attack turn at times, there's still a potential to kill with such massive columns.
Yep. So yeah, I know initially starting up and my initial testing into Blankmeyer, I was guarding like I used to, but like then like I like throwing out my PGs a lot earlier, using them to try to stay low, but then once I was pushed to 5, once I was going into the end game, not having those PGs was against these Fade Rock 50k Fade Rocks boosted by 50k Fade Rocks, like it's just very, very hard to deal with, definitely.
The luxury that Bob Sakura does have here is just to remove those Fade Rocks entirely, though.
Yep. Yeah, if they're on board, if they're on bind, if they're in soul, that's something that Blankmeyer is very easily able to access. But if they're in drop, it can be a little harder because their only drop zone access is Butcher usually, and that does take 1 turn, which is a lot more telegraph than just being able to grab it immediately. It does look like it's front defending her, so definitely not OT in hand. So that means OT is most definitely in deck, not in hand.
And we get a front here. So he's safe to eat at least one of the swings of the rear guards.
Yep. Most likely we'll try to guard the Zamug, because Zamug taking 1 damage is a lot nicer than taking 2 damage, you know? Definitely scary for Steven though, being against 5 against Bastargo where there's Varelords up, Persona Rise most likely claiming down next turn. Very, very
But in the words of Steven himself, talent will do more than skill sometimes. So if that 6 damage is the defensive OT,
yep, we know it's in there.
We know it's still there.
It hasn't been removed yet, so. I do think an interesting point is that like as much as strong as the OT can influence, there are lines you can do to try to alleviate it, right? Like
there's also optimal times I feel for it to be checked, because a lot of times you'll see a defensive OT like very early in the game and you feel like you really lost out on a lot of value. But say it's like your opponent's push turn or like a potential kill turn, you check it on their first swing, you're sitting so nicely and you're just vibing.
We do see Kenzio opt to take the 2 crit string instead of the 1 crit swing, which I think it's a potentially good call, depending on how much DB he plans to use this turn. Because like we said, if he's trying to aim to kill on this turn, he'll definitely need as much CB as he'd like to be able to just sword arm cost counterblast. Restanders obviously cost counterblast. They're available.
And this makes me wonder if he's held on to a Yugma shot in hand.
Hand is looking a little small, so but if it's Yugma Shogget, it's gonna be paying off.
Yeah, but I will say the placement of his rear guard indicates to me that there might not be, because typically you have your Veilord Yugma Shad column first.
Looks to arm. Definitely gonna go for the sword first.
And it appears that they've also hit time and they're currently in overtime.
Looks like arm goes for the classic trick moon into the back row. That the center column is now definitely asking for a PG. That countercharges 1. That means there's 4 damage available for Kenzio to try and get things done. Veilord to hand, which you can
another Veilord, another counterblast.
Yep, that means you can arm another sword. It's a little even more power on the board to deal with. That's 2 swords. That's another 10k to front row. Persona Rise at 20k total. Looks like there's 1 last card in hand for Kenzio.
And he calls it trigger.
Yeah. Definitely not a full restand turn, but still. with the
Still
two crit
very
swinging.
scary, honestly.
Yeah, still two crit coming in first. You can't no guard and then hope for the defensive, which is something I've been talking about, right? Yeah, 51 kpg number. That's even 4 triggers isn't going to be completely safe from that, especially not against triple drive.
And I believe even that trigger is going to be massive.
Yep.
You see a Yugma shot here and a crit.
See Kenzio deliberating.
A lot of math going on in his head from the way his hands are moving.
Yeah, it's a question of whether you want to hope opponent doesn't have a PG or just give them a hard time even if there's a PG, right? Because we've only seen 2 PGs out on Steven's side total. So, and like deck's gotten pretty small, so
And then
chance
he's
of a
also
PG.
checked the PG himself.
There's another PG in hand, it's quite high. It's 2 fronts. 3 triggers out of hand.
And then that's another PG out of Steven.
Yep. Do you think there was possibly an argument for Kenzio to maybe hold on to 1 or 2 of his Yugma shots on his turn 4 to save him for this turn 5? I think like one big thing is like spending those restanders you have available are a resource, right? And spending them on the resource when you have the double Valor, you have double sword, you have Persona, right? I think that might have maybe helped him swing the game a little bit more, you think?
I think in all fairness to Kenzio, though, one of the Yugma shots was hit off of Fire Regardless, so it might have been he just had only 1 in hand. And so he definitely committed it for the draw because he felt the Divine Skill coming the next turn, so he definitely wanted to farm hand there, and then seeing it off the Fire Regardless was just a nice additional hit, it seems.
Fair point to make. Yeah, that Vaderrock's big.
And it's gonna swing again.
Yeah, this is where the strength of Blaine Meyer's grind game is for sure.
And that's
yeah, that like we said, that's where the strength of Blaine Meyer's grind game is. Even though like even after the Divine Skill turn, even after Divine Skill, you just have to deal with those huge Vaderrocks that restand. So even like even if you use your PGs early to stay low to tank the Divine Skill turn, you have to deal with those really big numbers at the end, which is really just the nice synergies coming together.
I think potentially another Yugma shot would have actually won Kenzio the game. I think that last attack would have sealed the deal.
Yep, that's just one of the even though Vasarga is such a strong deck, that is a weakness. It's just these decks where their their multi-attack isn't tied to the Vanguard, they're tied to rear guards. That means there's the restanding themselves is just it doesn't always have reliable. Vasarga is strongest as a 5 attack deck, but it's not always going to be a 5 attack deck. It has to choose to be a 4 attack, or like we saw on Kenzio's last year, has to choose to be not choose, it's forced to be a 3 attack deck because we run out of the resources.
Right. And as somebody who's tried the deck recently, you are very much at the mercy of your draws. You have really no guaranteed way to fish them out. So you're kind of just there, like, if you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, you just start trying to play without it.
Yep. It is one of the strengths of Vasarga. It's just like its baseline is very strong. It's able to farm advantage, farm numbers very well. And it does it in a way where you can, the player who has it can kind of opt to do one or the other, right? You can choose to arm shield more to draw more cards, or you can choose to arm sword more to get more power to front row. You can arm mace to retire a back row and make your center lane a little bit bigger. So I think it just, we got to see 2 decks that give a lot of options to the pilot. And I think that's really cool to see as our first round.
Alrighty, and I think that's pretty much all we have for the game. And then we can take a quick break.
And welcome to the round 2 of the Primordial Cup here on the Charles Dweeb channel. I am going to be one of your casters for this match. My name is Fuzzy, also known as Fuzzy Paradox, owner and operator of VG Paradox, as well as a caster for Bushiroad events. I think the most prominent things, I've done BRO casting in the past, as well as the Bushiroad World Championships for the premium format. But of course, I have someone else to my right that I believe personally needs no introduction, but they can go ahead and introduce themselves.
What do you mean? You got like a whole website. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm Outer Orange. Hi, I am the owner of the Outer Orange channel and all Twitch and other Twitter related things. And yeah, guys, welcome to the Primordial Cup. I think I said that wrong, but welcome in. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday morning, evening, night, whatever time it is for you. And it's good to be here. I'm also a official Bushiroad caster as well, and I also do a bunch of random stuff over in all card games. But today we're doing Vanguard because Vanguard's awesome, and we just had standard. We just had an amazing round actually happen there between, was it Suo and Ares, I believe. That was our round, and really awesome stuff. We had Blagmire being represented, and oh my gosh, I'm brain farting on the other side. It was Bob. On the other side. Yeah. So yeah, how did you feel about that?
Honestly, like, it was pretty intense if watching the game go back and forth. I mean, I know both the players. I know both Kenzio and I know Steven. Both of them play optimally very well. They play against each other almost like all the time. Yeah, very often. So I think they both know their play styles very adamantly. But, you know, I was personally giving it to Bob Sagra because, you know, it goes without saying, right? We don't have the restriction list yet. Bob Sagra is at full power. The 4 Virgilists. I was like, okay, fine. Blackmire, what? Like, it's going to be a wash. But no, Steven just showing, you know, why he is such a prominent player too, you know, playing Blackmire so optimally and kind of like weaning off Kenzio to a point where he has to optimally use his counterblast and then just completely overrunning him in the late game, even after the divine skill turn. It was honestly like a really good back and forth game. So I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. As so if you guys don't know, Suo, like WCC, Steven loves. Well, he just loves Suo and Blagmire and everything, so watching him represent one of his favorite decks is also really cool. And then, yeah, like, so honestly, the Bov and Blag matchup can be so weird because, like, Bov can, like, randomly pop off, but Blagmire's late game is, like, actually higher because they're going to keep, you know, removing the units off of Bob's board over and over again. So eventually, and they both, like, retire to each other's boards, right? So they both touch their boards. They both, like, you know, kind of shut you off. So it kind of really comes down to, like, who can outgrind who. I will say I think Bob's hand might be a little bit better, but Blagmire's, like, late game is just, like eventually the Virox get too big. If you have the order package in, you just kind of start, like, going, yeah, everything's, like, 80k. Like, you can't keep guarding this. So yeah, it's really good stuff. It was a really fun match. That's actually one of my favorite. I know this format, like, this is a little rough because Bob's at full power, but one of my favorite matchups is actually playing into Bob. I'm also a Blank player right now, so I actually love playing into Bob players because it's such a close match every time.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I mean, it goes without saying too, we have a lot of people that are probably getting themselves ready for, or maybe have already played in some spring fests here and there, and they're already very familiar with this meta. And just goes to show, you know, you are going to probably see Bob Sagra, which is arguably the best deck in almost every team, if not, you know, almost every team. So you definitely want to try and play a deck that can play very well against it. And I definitely do think Blagmire is one of those good choices for sure. Because like you said earlier, right? It's all about being able to outgrind your opponent in those very back and forth matches. And Blagmire can do that. You know, it's a slow roll, but it's a snowballing like effect, right? You're just constantly getting more power to your front board. And it makes those numbers overwhelming, even with like the shield and all the drawing that Bob Saga can do. Eventually you are going to wind them out, or, you know, in my experience, at least get decked out. But
yeah,
that's just my personal experience.
That's really the biggest fear is deck out, honestly, because you go through your deck pretty fast, like the first half of the game. You gotta slow down a little bit after that, and then you can. And the good part about playing, a lot of people don't know, but a lot, and I mean, like, I think 95% of the cards don't mandatorily draw. It's May, so you can actually play into not drawing. Like, if you're like, oh man, I cast a Moog, and you're like, maybe I'm not gonna draw, so you don't have to. It looks like we actually can transition to some player profiles here. So let's check out what we got going on going into our next round.
Let's do it.
Hey, it's Megatrick. When he's sleeping.
Sleepy Trick.
Sleepy boy. Oh, that's so cute. And he's got so we have one for first place, and then we have 3 honorable mentions here. So awesome stuff here. 73rd on the site that definitely is not known to the BG Paradox.
Whoa, that's a crazy sight, man. That's awesome.
Who made that?
Yeah. Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, really awesome stuff. Get to see the stats here. So really exciting. Megatrick is a pretty long-term player, I would say. Always usually playing Dark States decks, like really known for Nightmare Dolls back in the day, and nowadays it's mainly just Dark States decks, Estrella, basically, Direful Dolls, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've only seen Megatrick in a handful of events, personally speaking, right? But anytime that I've seen him, very, very optimal player. Likes to play things very methodically, but at the same time, there are decks when they just decide to play, they just want to play for fun. And even then, it just goes to show that even with the deck choices, you could still play it very, very well and even get to tops like they have over here. But moving on to the other player that I want to talk about, I personally have known this player, I want to say for a while, but it's crazy to me to think about because this Ootman here has only started since Vanguard 0. And, me being the oldie, hasn't really thought much about it. But yeah, already just from Vanguard 0, veteran up till now, number 8 in the VG Paradox ranking page, 2 first place tops, as well as 8 total finishes. Also, a Worlds contender, has, I think, gone to Worlds twice now already for both the standard and I think the premium format. I would have to double check to be 100% sure. But yeah, also very well seasoned player as well. And I'm very excited to see what both of them are going to be playing with. Yeah.
Ootman's pretty popular, very known, and just a quick shout out to he's like the guy for the bat stuff. So just I'm sure he'd appreciate hearing it. But
it's his fault. No.
he definitely motivated bat. I feel like on the English side, like definitely people knew about it, but I think he definitely pushed it like way past it. But hey, we're about to see them in action. We're about to see what they're about to represent today. So let's go into our round 2. I believe we're going into here. So let's go see what's going on.
All right, let's do it. Let's jump into the game. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So on the left, we have Megatrick, and on the right, we have Ootman. And it looks like we have a Dark States versus Brantgate action going on. That's honestly like no surprise if I'm being completely honest, because like Ootman, known for Brantgate, Megatrick, known for Dark States. So it's like, okay, of course they're both going to play their go-tos. But yeah, we're going to be starting out on Ootman's turn over here. And it looks like we're seeing some Impaldio action happening right now. So very interesting choice. Impaldio is definitely one of those, I think, another one of those pet decks that Ootman likes really, really much, right? Yeah, obviously, like you said earlier, Masha, like they are known for the bat strategy. But this is definitely one of their side picks they have on the back burner that they just constantly let cook. Because if there's one thing that Ootman loves is some Messiah action. And having the ability to play Messiah that looks like a mech, I guess, also is really, really cool for them.
Yeah,
So-
no, for sure. Yeah, Ootman just loves anything Messiah related, and Impaldio just happens to look like Messiah as well. I remember when the first reveals were coming out, it was like, oh, he was getting so excited.
It's Mecha Messiah! It's Mecha Messiah!
Yeah, exactly. So just a little, some concepts on what we got going on here. We got Estrella versus Impaldio here. Now, Estrella is a very good, strong going first deck, and Impaldio is a kind of late game deck here where it just scales into mid late game. 3 attack deck versus a 4 attack deck here. Both have really pressuring rear Vanguards, and because both Vanguards can get crits and extra drives. So this is definitely going to be interesting to see on both ends. I believe Estrella has access to retire too, so they can also pop off on removing those interceptors that Impaldio likes to have. So we're interesting to see what the turn 3 is going to look like on both sides.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going for a simple turn 1 play boost and pass going on Ootman's side of the board. And I mean, that's perfectly fine, right? I mean, I think you're not going to want to try and go aggro right off the get-go, especially if you think you're going against a deck that also is going to be going aggro right from the get-go, right? So maybe you want to conserve your hand. Maybe you want to try and mitigate some damage in the early stages of the game. And yeah, I guess we'll try and see if they're trying to set up for a particular kill turn on their Divine, possibly. Who's to say? But now going over to Megatrick side of the board, looks like we're riding into the grade 2. We're getting some Soul Charge action happening over there. And, we Soul Charge with the Dual Nation card. It looks like the Forward and Revertus. Now, I personally only have seen Forward and Revertus done in, things like Shiranui, right? I'm actually like more familiar with it on the Dragon Empire side than I am on the Dark State side. But I could definitely see why this card in particular is really powerful for the Estrella turn specifically, because you want to be able to get out things maybe like your Griffins. Maybe you want to get things out like I believe it's the grade 1 Shenri clone. I forget her name, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
So, and then also just to add on, so we just got a reprint of all these donation cards, so they're actually very more accessible now. It's easier to grab them. So I feel like more players are going to start kind of seeing this card pop up. And then keep in mind, you can also retire. So sometimes maybe it's not Ophelia, but it's more of a retire angle. Keep in mind, Bob Soccer has restanders that you can retire and then they're gone for the game. So it's something else to kind of keep in mind as people play.
All right, so we do see that Philia actually come down on that side of the board and actually being able to push in a damage. But once again, only going for the single lane, right? We're not tri-laning here. We're trying to keep some tempo going on. And I think both of them are adamant of very aware of that issue, or rather aware of that state. So they're going to want to try and adapt. But now we see Ootman, first one to ride up to grade 3, and we see the Empoleon come down to his side of the board. Now we're going to see exactly how we're going to be setting up here. We also have to keep in mind how much gauge he has, right? Because I believe after a certain amount, the defensive skill is going to be changing. That's one of the also really powerful things about Empoleon that I think we forgot to discuss earlier, is that, Empoleon, while it may not look like it right from the get-go, it can be pretty defensive, right? If you manage to check some of those cards in the early stages of the game and then get your gauge up, as well as hitting triggers on top of that, you could shut down aggro turns altogether, right? Megatrick's plan was to push damage in the early stages of the game, well, that maybe was going to be playing into Ootman's strategy, right? Where they're going to try and set up as much gauge as they possibly can. So maybe that's one angle that they're trying to go for right now. So I'm actually very curious to see what it is exactly that they're both trying to set up here.
So as you mentioned, Elpidio being defensive is one thing that's interesting, because you can grab a card from the gauge when you ride up from 2 to 3. So you can actually set up, as you mentioned. And Elpidio is definitely a deck that can hold on a little bit. It does hurt a little bit into retire, because that grade 2 we have right there, if it gets removed, it is a huge amount of shield you lose access to, as it gets power off of your gauge. But still, good setup here. But what I like about Padillo as well is you can just top 5 to grab some cards. You kind of set up really well. You can also have a new grade 1 that lets you look at top 5 again and grab anything but itself. It's kind of like a mini version of El Padillo. And again, the scaling and also the defensive of, like, if you don't hit a defensive, you still get 5k to your Vanguard is also really huge, as it makes awkward things happen when people try to triangle and try to aggro you. So it's really good. So here we are just going in. And for those of you guys that are interested, the Divine skill for El Padillo just gives you a bunch of power and extra drive, crits and drives. So we're probably not defining here yet. We're probably going to hold a turn, but next turn we'll probably start seeing the Divine pop up along with some drive checks here. So here we are, just a simple turn here, just 2 drives, and probably just going to eat it here first, and then it looks like we hit the defense here. And honestly, Elpadillo's first turn is usually pretty chill. It's like the turn after that gets like kind of nasty.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if anything, right, we're going to see probably an explosive turn come down from Megatrick's side of the board as well. So once they ride up to grade 3, rather. So I think if I'm in Ootman's position, I definitely don't want to see I don't want to go too crazy right from my first grade 3 turn anyway. So maybe I want to try and conserve. Maybe I want to conserve a little bit. Maybe I want to try and save those like really powerful defensive options. Another thing, oh my goodness, the more I talk about Empoleon, like the more, oh yeah, that's right, this thing happens. But it also has that grade 2, of course, that we can highlight as well. The one that gets shield, I believe. Its name is its memory is eluding me. But I believe its name is the Invoke Dragon, right? Yeah. So it gets like the additional shield on top of that. So you have ways to survive aggro from there. But I mean, that's well said and done. But now we're going to be going back to Megatrick's side of the board as we're setting up and we get into the new Unica. Yeah, the brand new Biko Stella. It's a very, very shiny one.
We should discuss some of the stuff that happened here. So the Bride line popped out here with Unica, something that's really fun, interesting can do. The grade 1, the grade 2 can pop out when you ride to 3. Along with that, we also have the Chimera that came out as well. The Chimera lets you discard a card, look at top 2, and you can stack your card as well. And then also this is the Unica, as mentioned. This Unica, based off how many crits are in your binds, and get extra extra effects. You get the crit, you get the drive, you get to restand, and extra powers. So basically, it's kind of like almost a faster version of the older one. So there was an older one. Now we have this one that's like your main ride target now. And this deck gets kind of really gruesome going in turn after turn. And also something else to keep in mind, Megatrick is running the mask version as well in here. So you can also use your masks to kind of help out as well if you wish to go down that way. But it's not the main. It's kind of like a going second strat if you need it. So I'm not sure if Megatrick has the setup for it. I think they're actually going to just keep it on this right here. And if they need to re-ride into the mask, they always can as well.
I mean, it's a good pivot if you don't, I mean, if it is, needing to change a certain way or a strategy, right? I think that's one of the really cool things I particularly like about like these mask decks in general is that you can pivot to that if it doesn't necessarily meet the certain like strategy that you're trying to go for in that point of the game, right? Like another example that I can think of is like Leonore mask, where it's like you can either play the Vivace or you can go into the Vivace and then go into the mask. So I think there's like a very similar type of style that's going on here on Megatrick side of the board.
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead. No,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say I think this version's it runs both. So Leonore can either go one or the other. This one's opting to actually go both routes, which I think is cool. Which I think is interesting because Leonore usually you either stay on the going first version or you go into the going second version, right? It's like one or the other. But Megatrick mixed both in here. We have both the going first version and the going second version in the deck.
Couldn't decide, so he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do both.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to highlight that because a lot of people, Astrea is Unica is very unsolved in my opinion because it's such an underrepresented deck. So it's cool seeing people try out different things to try and make it work. So here he is activating the Unica ability here. So this will let so I believe there's 3 crits in that bind zone, which means we have every ability but the last one. So basically, we have for 1, you can choose an opponent's rear guard, retire it, and all your front unit gets plus 5k, which is a little bit of a magic number buff. We have the 3, which is where we're on right now, which is a crit plus 1 and a drive plus 1 till it turns. This is a 3 drive turn with a critical. The last one at 5, you get to restand something. So we're gonna have to wait on the 5. It's usually hard to get the 5th one on the first ride. The second ride is usually a little bit easier here. So basically, here we're just going for just a magic number turns, I have to call it, because Unica likes to make magic numbers.
I mean, that's still really, really good. But retiring that Invoke Dragon, right, which is one of the key pieces for Ootman. Yep. But as we can see, the auto mod gauge is live now because I believe I see 4 auto mod gauges on Ootman's side of the board, and he checked the defensive trigger on that, which means that Impuldio is plus 15k power already. So as pressuring that is, that's also really tanky on Ootman's side of the board. But we'll see exactly how he chooses to guard it all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That is.
Oh, we got a front trigger. That's pretty good.
Yep. Front into a
front trigger on top of it. That's even better.
Yeah. Into, I believe that is a Philia there. So really powerful 3 drive turn there. Really good setup. Also really good shield going into the Persona ride for Divine, for a Divine Opedio turn coming up. So yeah.
Man, could you imagine if Ootman chose Nagar? He's like, I'm not 28k. That's fine. What's the worst kind of happen? And then checks the front into the crit.
Yeah.
Classic Vanguard.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, honestly, really good setup here. I feel like a lot of people don't know exactly how powerful Unica can be, and I just want to say, like, this deck definitely it can be a menace. Ophelia has made Dark States deck just way more powerful. I think Dark States as a nation right now is just really, really strong. Aside from obviously Dragon Empire also doing really good stuff right now.
Oh, for sure. It definitely has some legs. I mean, you have so much utility coming down from Dark States, whether it be, something like here, as we were explaining from Unica or, Blagmire in the previous round. There's so much toolboxing that you can do with Dark States. Having that accessibility of anything in your soul just makes it really, really powerful, regardless of what archetype it is, in my opinion. But we'll see if it's enough here as we're going to go back to Ootman's side of the board now. Now, I believe, like you were explaining earlier, Masha, you want to wait for that divine turn, right? Because you want to try and have everything properly set up and then maybe put your self in a position where you can highly pressure your opponent, right? I believe, I'm not 100% sure, I can't see the damage exactly on Megatrick's side of the board, but I believe we're at 2 to 3 damage, if I remember this correctly. So if we have so if we have a Persona ride turn happening here for Ootman, we can do that on top of the divine turn, and then
miss the Persona turn. I think we're power. But it's okay. So as we know, kind of like Gandiva style, everything scales mid to late game. So the gauge is actually scaling for him. So he still kind of has a Persona turn. So it's still 15k to the front row. So we're kind of there.
Yeah, we're still vibing here, right? So even then, I mean. Even then, though, I think the divine turn would happen here. Actually, it really depends on what he decides to call down, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say he does have the setup for the grade 3, which will let him have the additional drive this turn since he does have the gauge almost set up. I think you need 8 for the twin drive, but he definitely has the single drive right now. And then also, honestly, all we really need is just maybe another rear guard, and we're kind of good. I don't know if we have another rear guard to call, but if we do, we could divine, we could hold a turn. There's also the thought of like, do I die and do I need the extra card draw? And sometimes people just divine just for the extra card draw too. So.
That, and it's like, if I call down this rear guard, whether it be like an invoke dragon, I risk getting retired by Unica's effect, right? So there is the chance of that happening as well. So it is a very it's a very tough call. We see a fancy little divine skill marker here as well. That's actually kind of cool. I don't think I've ever seen that before, to indicate that the divine skill has been used. That looks like I think a Spring Fest? No, it must be a Daivangasai one. That's actually really cool. I didn't see that.
This is a Japanese divine skill being used here, and Ootman was in Japan. So yes, that makes sense that he was able to get one. So here we are going in. Divine skill did activate, so we have core drives coming in. A lot of blanks, but a lot of shield. I see a crit at the very end there being hit. I saw also a bunch of shield and a persona ride, I believe, hitting that as well. So I got stuff. We're also putting in the grade 1 still to check top 7 for a grade 2 or greater. Might be top 5. But don't don't quote me.
No, I think you are. It's like top 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is top 5. Yeah, but even then, we did see one crit on it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here, because if Megatrick here is only at 2 damage, there's the flexibility of okay, I'll take it. But if we put it to the side, we get the drive check on top of it. Right, that does risk it of potentially checking another crit via the drive check. So maybe we do guard it.
Yeah,
that's a tough call here.
I believe the gauge is 7, so it's only 1 drive. So honestly, I think this is a pretty tolerable.
Never mind. Forget it all. It's the OT, baby.
So that is huge. We're taking 3 damage.
We're taking 4 damage because it got doubled, and that's the game. Oh my goodness!
We were just fine, and it was not fine. Wow.
Oh wow! We were talking about
everything's
the grind game's gonna happen. They're at 2 damage. They can take it back and forth. Ootman's like, nah, man, here's my OT.
Oh my goodness, that is wild. I was honestly, I was on the same boat as you. I was like, we're chilling. So everything's fine, and then it was just like everything is not fine anymore.
We hit that red danger zone button very fast.
Yeah, it was like. Wow. So just to kind of do a little small recap there. So we saw at the end there, the Elpidio is able to drive check 4 and then get an additional drive check off the grade 3. And it just so happens to be that the OT got checked, doubling the power. And I believe the crit was put on the drive check guy. So because I think Megatrick had no card to it, thinking, it's just 1 damage. It went from 2 to 4 instantly off of the OT there. So that's why it just went from everything's okay to lethal. So, and I'm assuming Megatrick didn't have a perfect guard, because I'm assuming it would have probably been smart to PG one of those attacks, and we didn't see that really happen, at least on the last 2. So I'm guessing that there wasn't a PG to kind of survive that last onslaught there. So yeah,
possibly. I mean, maybe they wanted the counterblasts, like the 2 counterblasts to do on their crackback turn, assuming they were going to be doing maybe a whole bunch of like insole effects or various things that Unica was going to be able to do. Almagister was going to be able to do. So I mean, it's anybody's call, but I mean, it is Vanguard, right? The OTs do happen, and it's just the name of the game.
Yeah, it just happens to be that the last 2 checks was crit OT specific.
Yeah, I know, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. Yeah. It's just like,
if you think about it in context, it was like normal units, so it was kind of the 4 checks were a little bit dry, and then it went into like some good stuff.
Yeah. It was like blank, 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 crit OT. So it's like, I'm fine. Okay, wait, I'm in danger.
But overall, good match. It would have been nice to see Unica at full power, but it's okay. It happens. So you can't always see everything. I guess Almagister, I call it Unica, but anyway, Almagister usually has a pretty good setup there going on. But also, I think the weakness of Almagister is the fact that you can't really find a PG. You kind of just have to hope you draw it, and I feel that can hold you back sometimes into decks that have really high ceiling in terms of power. So.
Yeah, I'm still honestly very well played by both of them. I mean, both of them still playing to the best of their abilities, right? And I do wish both of them, the best of luck in the remaining rounds as we hopefully we'll see some more interesting games when it comes to that. I don't know as explosive, if I'm being honest, but it'll still be really, really exciting. But just want to kind of touch up on a couple of things as we set up a potential player interview with our winner or from this last round over here. So when it comes to this meta in general, right, as we're talking about, various different types of archetypes, I think one particular deck that I'm very excited to see, it's something I wanted to ask in general, is like if there's a particular deck you're excited to see. I'm very much excited for Virgila. That's probably one of the decks I'm very, very excited to see. I think there might be potentially a Virgila in today's event, so I'll be very excited to see that. But I just wanted to touch up on you because we know also both of them, we're playing with the new Festival Collection Ace units too. I don't think we saw either of them come up in the round.
Not yet, but yeah. I think maybe first round there might have been one. I'm not too sure. It is a 1-of, so either you see it or you don't. But I completely agree with you. The Ace units are fire. I
they're so cool.
Got like more of this kind of 1-of type of, like, it's very I like it. I personally like it. They're not super overpowered, but they're just enough to where they're good. And I actually didn't like them at first, and when I put them in my deck, I'm like, wait, this is so fun. I love it. But no, I'm with you. You want to see Virgila? I agree with you. We were actually talking a little bit off screen about it. Virgila is amazing.
It's so good.
It's so good. So yeah, I'm excited to see Chaos if there's a Chaos out there. I'm one of the few people.
Yes.
It's so good. But let's before we go, we could probably stay for hours.
We could gush for hours probably.
Yeah, we're literally friends. We can do this every all day of the week. But let's check out all those pools results. Let's see what we got going on. All right. I did not do a good job of processing this chart yet, so let me think here. So it looks like we have actually, Fuzzy, I'm gonna leave it to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so what we have highlighted here is we saw last round, something like Kenzio going against Suo and then losing, right? So this round, Kenzio went against Nirvana Vistor, and I believe that's still going on. Then following rounds, we had Sergio.
Sorry, that's so cool. I just saw that siren. That's so cool. And then, okay, sorry, I'm processing the chart, and now it's making sense. Keep going.
It's all right. I'm a man of charts. I can process it for both of us. But so that we also had Sergio go against Nirvana and taking the win off that, and then losing to Suo on the following round, and then we have Nirvana going against Sergio in losing in that round. Then we have Suo winning both of his games right now versus Sergio and Kenzio. So right now on a 2-0 streak, so good for them. Then in the other side of the bracket, we have Megatrick going against Ootman, which we just saw, losing against that, and then going against Bailey in the previous round and also losing. So currently they're 0-2, but it still doesn't mean that they can't play it out. So I'll be excited to see what's going to happen over there. And then we have Crow on the following bracket, who went against Ootman in the previous round and winning against that. And then we had him Crow go against Bailey and also winning. So we had another 2-0 on that side of the bracket. So it looks like Crow is 2-0 there. And then we have Ootman, as we just saw on this round, winning against Megatrick and then losing against Crow. And then lastly, we have Bailey winning against Megatrick, but then losing against Crow. So overall, I would say an even spread. Really, I think we have like both sides of the bracket. We have some 0-2s, we have some 2-0s, and then a couple 1-1 spreader out here and there. So I would say it's still anybody's guess to say who's going to keep on advancing. And it's a very interesting bracket by the looks of it.
Yeah. I love the style of bracket. It gives me like melee vibes. I really like it. I like the style. I like the style. It's more. It's going to be a weird way to say it. It feels more competitive, but in like a good way. I like that. I like the spread out.
All right, but that's the spread out. But now that we have discussed the results of these players, let's actually interview one of these players, right? So I think we're all set up to go here as we have the winner of our last round here to talk to them.
Hey, what's up? How are you doing, man? Oh,
I think we have him muted.
We have lost
right now. It's a mute man, not an Ootman.
It's not the mute man.
Not the mute man.
That's okay. It's okay. While we have some sound stuff here going on, Ootman is the winner. Oh, we hear you now?
There we go.
Hey, all right.
You're not mute man. You're Ootman.
Yeah.
Oh my God, let's go. Hello.
Hello. How are you feeling? How was did you expect to randomly just like finish it off like that? Were you thinking
it's really funny because we were talking about it. I made a joke because the Boulderade, it showed me the top 5, and what would have been if I didn't use it was a crit on that drive check, and immediately after 2 heals. And then Megatrick over there, he joked, don't worry about it. You're putting the Eldo on top. Shuffling it. And then boom, there it was. So, just a funny little 1-2.
Casually calls Judge stacking.
Listen, he called it, not me.
I was even saying, I was like, wow, those are some dry checks we got going on. I saw the crit at the end. I was like, okay, we're coming back. Then you're like, over trigger.
Yeah, he put it there. He came all the way down. Just put it right on top.
Yeah.
So we were discussing with the stream, both of your deck choices, obviously both yours and Megatrick's, and how Megatrick is normally a Dark States main, loves playing Dark States, all about the Dark States. And then obviously, I mean, it goes without contention without you, right, Ootman? Like, you love Brandgate, anything Brandgate. I'm personally surprised you didn't choose to bring Bat today. I can see why you didn't choose to bring Bat today, because I know, personally speaking from you, I know we've definitely touched up on a couple events here and there that you yourself love yourself some good old Impaldio action. So I just want to let you know, it's like, why did you choose to bring Impaldio today?
So I definitely knew going in, I was sure I wasn't gonna play Bat just because I'm here for a good time, honestly, today. I just wanted to vibe. And I was like, if anything, I was considering just taking Bat post ban list just to give it a whirl.
Oh, brother, that would have been crazy.
But I chose Impaldio for two main reasons, honestly. And both of them are pretty silly reasons. But, one of them is I'm going to be having the most fun. I'm doing the most drive checks here. So how can I not be having the most fun?
Right, that's fair. Yeah, Vanguard is all about drive checks. That's the best part.
And then the other is, how can I not be having fun when I've got my absolute GOAT, Beckham Kinoshita?
You had that on standby. You had it already.
That's my guy.
That is the guy. I'm not gonna lie. I love that. He's
the art adorable.
He's
love
so
him.
cute.
Such a silly
been
little
staring at him on the market. I'm like, do I buy this? Like, I don't even use Bobo Mine in most of my decks, but do I buy it?
See, that's why I have to play a deck that uses 4 Bobo.
I know. I need to. It's time to go back to Warfish.
Respect the silly little guy.
Love that guy.
All right. Well, Ootman, it was really wonderful having you. I really hope that you keep going strong. Obviously, you're 2-0 right now, so just 2-0 some more. So we're about to go into a break here, but I'm sure we'll probably see you again. On all honesty.
All right. I hope so.
You can obviously let the stream know if you check more OTs. I'm sure they'll be able.
I
did it again. Let's go. But yes, honestly, best of luck to you, Ootman, and of course, the rest of us, rest of the players, wish you the best of luck as well. And thank you for talking with us.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. See you around.
See ya.
Good luck with the stream.
Thank you.
Yay. All right, chat. But with that being said, go ahead.
I was gonna say we have 3 casters now.
It's the floof.
Yeah, she's here.
All right, everyone. So the next round will be casted by a cat, but they are very well versed in Vanguard, so you don't got to worry about it. Wait, hold on. You've got your caster. I've got my caster. I'm right here. All right, we're ready to go. Yep.
But all right, guys. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love the plushie. That's so cute. All right, guys. We are gonna just quickly sign off here, but we'll be back. Stay tuned for round 3. We're just taking a short break. So we have 2 more casters coming in. So get excited. More fun to come. And thank you for having us. And we'll see you soon. Just stay right there. Don't go anywhere.
Don't turn that dial, even though dials don't exist.
tricky going second into because they have the removal on point, on ready on the grade 3 turn. And then Odium as well. You know, you got to be careful taking out the grade 2s and grade 3s out of the order zone, you know, because they could just get binded face down. So 2 damage off the bat. That's crazy.
Ooh, a crit right away. Yeah.
How do you think this
also
changes
the timer, both deck higher damage? Yeah, I think being at a higher damage will produce the game. Your game speed need to be a lot faster. You no longer can play the game a lot slower because Blankmire likes to be, when your opponent's at a higher damage, Divine Skill is very lethal. Same thing with time, but being at 2 damage right off the bat, that changes a lot. It seems like Trenda wants to push. I mean, time is doing the bang already.
It's a crit back.
Right back.
It's 2-2 right now. Trying to push for 3 so early. Steven guarding this just to make sure you get that breathing space, not going too deep too soon.
Yes, definitely.
What do you think about Blindmire's early game?
Well, personally, I think depends on what build you're playing. I think looking at the list that Steven playing, he's giving himself the ability to play early game, and also if he doesn't see it, that's not a big issue. I think Blind itself has like a very different list, and with the order package, you most of the time you want to be like turn 3, turn 4, but and we also see in the previous game that he's playing the Dual Nation, which give him access to the early game if he needs to.
So much more flexible deck building. I think that's really important.
I do think it's personal choices.
Yeah. All right, 15 to guard the 10. No trigger here. 10 again. Trenton probably guarding here. If I was in his shoes, I'd guard here just to play it safe. You know, stay at 2. And then take the grade 3 turn and try to go all in on the divine turn. But really depends on the hand you have.
Yeah, but because without a trick, so I think staying at 2, and we are playing a deck that usually is a both deck. I think is Vanguard centric, and most of the time you will swing with Vanguard first. So that also gives him the space to heal down, which is nice.
Yeah, we have one distorted. What's the order called? Bane?
I think it's distorted Bane. Yeah, I think
distorted Bane. Distorted Bane. Yeah. Yeah, only one setup so far. All right, we have the grade 1 that lets you mill an order and play it out. So this way you can set it up more consistently.
So right now everything's floating really well for time, and seems like as long as nothing goes wrong, he will be able to activate Divine on turn 4.
Yeah. This is always a tricky part about Odium. Like, the deck is very tight in space. There's a lot of good options, but in order to make sure you get the Divine skill, you have to play a lot of consistency pieces. You know, Cyclers, the Avarice Rester, but the new card Philia definitely does help the deck quite a bit. So, you know, do you play the Philia in your list?
I did play it. I think, but after playing it, I think it's a card that's like not always is there. So it's like sometimes I'm just like, I wish it could be something else, but the amount of resource it gives you, I think that card's very strong.
Yeah, the +5, the soul, the draw is everything you kind of want. The more damage you put early game, the more pressure you have on the divine turn, right? So It's like, at the same time, the more Philias you play, the less consistent you'll see your other pieces. So it's definitely a trade-off between power and consistency here. So here, going for the Odium, binding the grade 2. What would you do in Steven's shoes, bro? Would you... Oh, no guard here.
No guard.
Okay, so the heal shows up. Because Steven took the damage just now, the heal does not go off. So it's kind of exactly what you just mentioned, you know, keeping your damage wisely and making sure these heals proc or not is so important in this matchup.
Yes, but being at 5 already is gonna hurt on the divine turn.
Oh, yeah. If the Odium player makes it there, it's gonna take a lot of effort, a lot of work for Steven to make it out the other side alive.
It all really depends on Bane.
Yeah, if they see it, if they see it. If they don't, then it's rough. 3 non-triggers, though, that's exactly what you want to see with the ride line here.
So, like the first game, Steven with the Stone Charge, which is it's very rough for the deck.
Yeah, I think that's like the small weakness of the deck. The ride line is a little bit iffy, but there's just no better choice, you know? Like, what are you going to play? The Bruce ride line? That's just... Ugh.
Yes, you definitely want the plus, even though it's a high roll. But if you go off, you get so much advantage out of it.
Oh, that's so big. That's the grade 3. That's like 2, 3 of the grade 3?
He got all 3, I think.
Oh, man. That's... Yo, with this, can you divine turn 3 right now? Can you pop off?
I think you can if you have a wither, if you swing with a wither first.
That's crazy. Oh, Steven with the pop off. It's an option. It's a possibility. So, I mean, okay, let's say you have it. Would you do it? Would you do it?
If you want to be funny about it, you would.
You got 5 damage, bro. Like, you know, you kill or be killed kind of moments. I think it'd be pretty funny to do it.
Yes, it does look like he got all 3.
That's crazy. So Steven's just built different, I guess. Draw 3 here as well. Definitely helps out because the hand is a bit thin. Definitely in the early game. Other chessboard setup.
As long as he has more unit to bring back the soul up, then he actually can do it because we did see Wither being drove check earlier in the turn.
If you're the Odium player, right? Let's say the Philia last turn, because the grade 3 is left hanging here. So what happens? Blindmire is going to attack, right? They're going to use the skill, and your opponent's forced to bind 2 cards on their board face down. So because they use the Philia, they get 1 soul and 1 hand, but the grade 3 is going to be bound face down. Do you think it's worth using the Philia here? It's definitely something you don't consider in an average match.
Well, having the access of the grade 2 in the bind zone is equivalent to the grade 3. Unless you want to get the removal, I think leaving it is fine. Because you do need it is a deck that needs soul, and you need the hand size just in case you need to draw a lot of more extra shield value in case something that happens when you don't want it to happen.
True. Yeah, and you never know. Maybe Steven will just casually put 3 of the grade 3 into soul and pop off. You know?
That's definitely something.
So it's Vanguard. You know, I think Vanguard is a very tough game to master, just because sure, there's your average game where, you know, Dex does this and Deck does that, but there's like the high roll and low roll aspect of it. Every turn your play can be very, very different. Your play style also plays a role. It's a very challenging game to get good at.
Yeah, especially you decked in so much, you might soul charge triggers in terms of like Dark Side decks, or you might draw all the trigger and not have any playable pieces. But looking at Steven's board right now, he also soul charged non-trigger while having the ideal board that you wanted to have.
Yeah, Steven's got the chessboard here set up. So what it does is it lets a grade 2 get boost and 5k. Oh no, the 5k is on the card that gives the chessboard.
Yes.
But
having the Colossus, the dragon is huge because now he can get 8 right away. So it's a 30k attacker or a booster, depending on how he wants to do it.
Yeah. Let's see. How many cards does the Odium player have? I can't really tell. A little around 9 or 10?
It looks like 8 or 9.
8 or 9, yeah. So 9, yeah. 9 card hand. How much shield do you need to survive a divine turn here? That's the question.
Ooh. Looks like the column's gonna be huge.
Okay. Is Moog here ready to go with the boost? Are we gonna use skill?
it looks like he is. I don't think he has enough energy for it, but it looks like he is going to try to trigger Divine. Because swing with this column first will trigger Wither first.
Yeah. I mean, you're at 5, right? Like, you got to go in and at least apply some pressure. Even if you don't choose to do it, you got to bait your opponent into thinking you might do it. I think that's pretty reasonable here. And yes, we will see it 4 in the bind. So it is live. And the PG pickup is also really big, man. I can't really tell what else is in the soul, but, you know, if there's a PG, you pick up the PG.
You know, in case you don't kill.
In case you don't kill.
It's also good that he used a double cycler just to refresh his hand to guard the first attack.
Double Tiscard here. 1 use energy, 1 use CB. Sank with the fire regularly here. I mean, you know, if Blindmire procs Divine, you're not going to use the PG anyways, so you might as well, you know, use it for this swing, right?
Yep, definitely. And discarding the rock is very helpful too. The gem can be triggered in drop.
Pretty good, pretty good. All right, so Odium's left hanging all by herself right now. No friends in between to help her out. 1 draw off the Blindmire skill. And they will use the skill to restand. No Divine here. Okay. Heal, though. That's pretty big. Damn.
Going back to 4 is definitely nice.
Going back to 4. Front! Oh, that's 20k and 15k shield. That's a big swing. That's a crit on the Odium player side. What do you think is what do you think about the game state right now, bro?
But this column is too big for 1 defense trigger to do.
Yeah.
I think it's very fair, but judging a double turn and going back to 4.
Going back to 4 is huge. And Steven here casually flexing the 13 card hand. You don't want to be seeing that as Odium. Definitely a tough spot to be in if I was on their side of the game. Is there any world where you would not choose to use the Divine this turn as the Odium player, bro?
It depends on your board state and hand size, but you have to do it because you're already also on a bad spot. Ooh, a heal calling down.
Oh, man. The positive is that the heal is very pretty, though. So this is the errata without the 15k shield on the side from set 5. There's a world original. So if you're tuning in from outside of the English side of the game, you might not know this, but it's very cool to see. Odium. What are the odds of Odium breaking through that 13 card hand, bro? For sure, we know there's a PG, there's a front, there's a heal. And 10 cards after that, so...
Definitely. I think the big deciding factor is really the trigger. And also Gem not able to see an attacker, a stronger attacker does hurts the turn.
Yeah, it's only 5k by itself, but the good thing is that the Distorted Banes act as like a pseudo crest, giving your front row regrets +5 for each copy. So there is 3 in there. So the heal is 20 by itself. So it's not too bad, but you know, it's still not great.
Yep.
All right, swing with the heal first. Go small into the bigger numbers. Let's see how Steven will guard this. Would you guard this one or would you take this one?
Being the smallest number, you probably will want to guard it because if you, considering the Vanguard is a triple drive, if you don't see a defense trigger on this damage, that triple drive, depends on how many trigger will affect your guard pattern.
Yeah. No, funny enough, Odium's like one of the few standard grade 3s with triple drive. A lot of the cards just say drive +1. So we see the Odium player playing the Sank. I don't know if Steven's playing the Sank, but if they are, the Sank is going to come in really, really handy right about now.
Definitely.
Let's see. 30k shield here. All right. Binding the heal for cost. What would you need in the triple drive to make this work, man? It's pretty. It's a pretty tight spot.
I think two things could happen. If a heal is checked or a front.
Oh.
Because you do need a higher shield. The crit is nice too, but you know he will be guarded for this damage. Ooh, and he discarded the last bane, so his follow-up will be very strong as well.
Nice, nice. Let's see. This one is crit pressure, so Steven has to guard this out.
For sure.
Is it the okay PG here? All right, so the Wizard's definitely coming into play because the PG pickup is showing up, and then another turn. CB1. Pick up the Bane. How many cards left in Steven's hand? 2 card guard, 2 card guard, 2 card guard, 6. So 7 left, I believe, for this turn.
Yes. Crazy part about this turn is the Vanguard is usually the weakest. Always risk it.
Oh, twin drive, nothing, and a PG. So no crits, no heals to really put a little pressure here.
But being it's a double blank, Steven can comfortably take one of the damage.
Yeah, and usually the Odeon player would be happy seeing the PGs. Oh no, the heal on Steven's side. Oh. So there's no way for lethal now. There's no way for lethal now. Odeon player has 2 PGs in their hand, but Blindmire hasn't used Divine yet. I think this is really tough. Tough to say the least, man.
Steven guarded it. I'm surprised because if it's me, I'll probably put myself to 5 just to make sure that there's no heal back.
Well, Steven does have the Zamoog, enough energy for the Zamoog now, and he has enough CB for the restand if he wants it. So it's not a bad spot to be in. 4 is definitely a little bit of a breathing space in case your opponent sees like defensive OT off the bat, you know? So I can kind of see it. Blindmire Nexus here coming in with the Persona. How do you feel about Nexus as an upgrade to the original Blindmire?
Personally, I think the card changes the deck a lot. Like not just by a little, the way that you can bind a blank instead of 4 soul also is very strong. So like even if you soul charge all your Persona, right, sometimes you're like, it's okay, it's not a big deal because Wither can grab it back and you could also bind it for cost instead of like sometimes like let's say you don't have enough soul for everything you want to do. It gives you different access to what you need.
Flexibility for sure. One of the tricky parts here is that Steven looks like he only has 3 or 4 soul exactly. And the thing is, he can blind the Blindmire for cost, but if he does, he loses the divine skill. Because you need the Blindmire for the divine skill to copy, just like Resile and Levy Dress. So let's see if Steven has a way to get the soul for cost. If you had to pick between the skill to use Blindmire as cost or the divine skill, which one would you go for?
I actually don't fully remember the move. Is it a place from hand or when placed? Because if it's when placed and if there's a Zamoog in the bind zone, there is a chance to see more soul, but he will lose either or. So he needs something to soul charge before that happens, regardless.
Zamoog is on place.
Okay,
so it's not on place from hand, yeah.
So if he has another one, he could do it. and instead of choosing divine or the blind, but looks like he doesn't have a way to soul charge at all.
Tricky. This is getting interesting. If it was me, I think knowing that my opponent had like 2 PGs, I would rather prioritize the divine. But,
For sure.
Yeah. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Okay, going straight to battle without the boost. I like this play quite a bit. Obviously your Vanguard with the Divine has the crit pressure. Your Zamoog has the crit pressure. You're kind of baiting your opponent to take this anyways, even if it's the smallest. It's not small at all, and you can always choose to not restand it if you don't want to after. If your opponent doesn't take it or anything, if you restand it, if you flip a crit, basically you have to guard everything out. It's a tough spot to guard out here.
Because most of us, at least from what I see and how I play, I will always swing with the weaker one first, just to potentially one more hand out of from my opponent. So this way I can swing for all 3 high number attack. But Steven also, the way I look he plays, like he always wants to pressure the damage first, or he rips more card out by doing so.
Well, Steven, I think this play, it's a little bit. I argue it might be a little bit higher risk, higher reward. If the first damage is the OT, it kind of shuts down your turn, obviously. But if it's not, then the 2 crit swings is going to help you hit over the 6 damage OT, or the 5th damage or 6 damage OT. So I can definitely see it. Like, and I think, well, at least from my perspective as a viewer, the way he manages the damage is just so accurate. So everything is working to his plan. He hits the heals when he needs the heals, and even with the blanks, he's still got pressure for the rest of the turn. Zamoog here, EB3. Does it get extra power, or is it just a crit?
Crit and 5k.
Crit and 5k. I see. Okay. And then one last swing here with the boost. The booster is actually 15, which is a neat number. The OT does come out.
Ooh.
How big is that number, bro? There's 8 face down, right? So 8.
So
it's 80?
55. And then Blank also has an ability, right?
Yeah, Blank gives extra power to your front row. It's big. So that OT and the trigger, barely enough to guard that. Nice. Okay, so no Persona route on the Odeon player side. Just swing face first. Steven at 4 here.
So seems like he's not using the ability for the triple drive.
Oh, they're down to 8 cards left. It's very tight. Both decks being the Dark States.
Oh yes, he did not roll up, so there's no skill for the Vanguard. I totally forgot about that part.
Yeah. You have to pay cost.
Blank is very strong in terms of even if his opponent survives, it's only 1 check.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Is that front trigger?
Front trigger. It's very nice front trigger, giving both rearguard the ability to hit his
Yeah, Blindmire D-skill making the Odium kind of sad with that 1 drive check. It's very tough to catch up.
Yeah,
Let's see what happens. They do. I'm curious to see what's Steven's deck size right now, because they're both playing the game of attrition. 7? Looks like 7.
7, yes.
So they're both down to the last handful of cards here. And it might not even be up to 6 damage. It could just be deck out. Do you have any tips for a situation like this?
Well, I really think having the double PG it's most likely going to be deck out, but it really depends on how much pressure the deck can give. Because being the decks you can do 4 attacks, and being at 5 damage is not the spot you want to be in.
So Steven chooses to bind 4 from Soul rather than use the Blindmire name. This way you get more power. Obviously, if it's earlier into the game, you're in a better spot. Maybe you would just use the Blindmire instead. But here you kind of want to push. So I can see why you choose to just put more stuff into the bind zone face down and just go for it. Bigger number, bigger pressure, push for game.
For sure.
I feel like every move they're like, how many cards in deck left? How many cards in deck left? I can see myself doing that too, just because it's so tight. It's going down to the last card.
Yes, because a lot of cards in blank actually force you to soul charge. So you got to be careful when you call them. The draw is not mandatory, but most of the soul charge is kind of like you need to do it if you trigger the effect.
Calling on the PG here, it's definitely basically calling for her final turn.
Yep.
Okay, Wizard here, CB1 restand. Look at that. So maybe not taking the 5th damage here, maybe would have given more kill potential on the last turn. But when we're going so deep into the deck out game, that 1 card makes a big difference, huh? It's crazy.
For sure.
I love
I believe
watching.
We also haven't seen Steven's OT, right?
Oh, the OT. OT forcing the 1 drop, but we're not seeing it here. We saw the crit instead, though. Can they guard this? This is 2 very big swings. One with crit pressure, and that's game. That is game. Oh man, that's so close, man. Where's the OT? It's the next card.
It's the right next card. Yes.
Oh man, wow. What do you think about the game? What did you think about the game?
Oh, I definitely think it's a very intense one, because I really thought it was gonna go to deck out instead of try to finish it this turn. But I do see that when you call down the PG, you're like, this is gonna be the last turn. You're not trying to play another turn afterwards.
Yeah, I really like how the choices throughout the game really mattered. When to take damage, how you're managing what to guard with, when you're proccing your D skill. Everything played a role in Steven setting up his win. And also, obviously, the Odium had the OT in their hands, so they were playing a little differently, I believe. It's very nice to see this back and forth, and a good highlight of skill for sure.
Yes, I definitely think cards showing at a certain time, and then especially on Steven's side, where it's like, when do you want to use your divine? Do you want the ability? Like, everything he's calculating the way he wants it to be, even though his soul was not in the right amount.
Yeah, there's a lot of decision making here. I am not a big Dark States player, so Blindmire and Odium is definitely challenging, and it's always good to see these good players show how it really works, and kind of get some insight into how it interacts. Because just deciding what to leave on board is already one thing that you don't really care about as Odium compared to like other matchups, and it's definitely showing up here. So it's very cool to see these 2 players duke it out. So with this game, Steven's undefeated in Pool A. That's crazy.
That's why I think he's A #1 for sure.
Well, you're not playing, so we can't really compare, right?
Well, I'm kind of taking a break instead of everyone else. Like, this whole entire season, you see me playing bad, so that's why I decide not to play events like this. It's just like, I don't have a good deck compared to everyone else. That like, they're like, oh, I don't want to play bad for like an event like this. It just shows like not entertaining, I guess.
No, I think it's plenty entertaining. I think you're just giving players like me a chance, so I appreciate it. But looks like we have the pools ready. So let's take a look into how the games turned out for this round. Wanna give us a quick look into this, Grierson?
I'm actually also trying to figure this out, but I kind of guess you can see like that Steven won all 3 matches. So like, if you know the chart better, I'll let you explain.
Yeah, sure, for sure. So Steven is undefeated. Kenzio is 2-1 here. Sergio is 1 for 2. And the Odeon player just now was 0 for 3. So doesn't seem like that was the day, but that's just how the game works, right? You win some, you lose some, and it's just one or the other.
Yes.
And then on Pool B, we have Megatrick, unfortunately taking the not so lucky here today. Crow going 3-0 undefeated as well. So very strong showing here. Ootman going 1-1. And is the last game double loss or is this a timeout? And then Bailey is 1-1 as well. So it looks like the last games are still going on. So the Ootman and the Bailey game is going to really determine how the brackets turn out. But very, very strong showing from Steven and Crow again today. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, both players are very well known, so I think it's and then they're playing really well. We haven't seen Crow's game at all, but I think he's also playing in the way he knows how his deck works, and everything he's supposed to do. That's why he's 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's I want to say obviously these well-known players are well-known for a reason, but I think it's really, really tough to really say that because all the players here are good players, right? Like you're not going to have any misses. So it's tough, but obviously when it's a game, it's either win or lose. So you just gotta. Sometimes it's just your day. Sometimes it's just your game. But in any case, I think there was a great showcase of skill, a great showcase of back and forth between all the games we have so far. So it's really, really cool to have. So seems like we're good to go on break, man. I know you're gonna stick around and do more casting. I'm gonna go to the back and go prep for my game.
Yeah,
so
I'll see.
Hopefully you stick around to watch that. Yeah.
Yep, definitely. I'll see everyone soon.
All right. Take care. Take it easy. See you in a bit.
Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Primordial Cup. We have a new wave of pools for you. This is our second wave of pools coming in. We just concluded our first wave of pools, and I'm excited to be casting our next round here. I, of course, am Fuzzy, also known as Fuzzy Paradox. And on to my right, we have a new caster for us. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves to the fine audience out there?
Hey everyone, my name is Curly, also known as Curly Hero or Curly Vanguard, mostly known for the history videos you might have seen on YouTube. And I'm also the creator of the Drop Zone Discord, where we have weekly tournaments. And I am super psyched to be not only casting this event, but back here with Fuzzy back again to get some good games in here.
Absolutely, man. I think the last time we did this was also during the Lunar Cup. So I'm also very excited to be casting with you once again. And we got some really cool matches set up for all of y'all. Like I said, was explaining earlier, right? We have a new round of pools. So for those who are curious, we had 2 waves of pools that just happened at the beginning of the day. And now we're going to be going into our second wave of pools, and all of this will be converging into a top cut to see who will be advancing into the day, to the finals rather. You can kind of think of it like, I would like to say kind of like a deluxe sort of way of thinking about it, very anime. We got your pool A, your pool B, your pool C, your pool D, and then you got to vote, who's going to making it in, right? So, so it's very deluxe X, and I'm really like to see that sort of thing. That's cool.
It's very similar to the deluxe. The only, I guess, main difference is that even if you don't make it out of the pools, you still have a chance in the main tournament tomorrow. It's just you're going to be placed in the losers bracket, so you have your last chance tomorrow if you don't make it well out of pools today.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to be seeing exactly who will be taking it in these pools, right? So let's not chitter chatter for so long, and let's actually get some player profiles, some player introductions underway as we can see who will be participating in these matches. All right, so starting it off, we have Barry over here, Team Olympian. Personally speaking, I think the player over here is very well seasoned, right? Having a multitude of tops, I believe a couple of first places, a couple of second, third places. Overall ranking right now, number 50 on a really cool website. I think it's called VG something, VG Doc something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah.
But primarily plays, I think, if I remember correctly, plays like Brantgate decks, Prison decks, and things like that. So overall, really, really good player. And I think I'm not much else to say when it comes to mine here.
Yeah, I know lately they have played that in the past. I think lately they've been playing mainly Night Rose, both in like premium and in standard. The only thing I want to say is I do have some beef with Barry because I've met him one time in person, and he had the nerve to come up to me, to my face, to my irises, and tell me that my hair was in fact not curly. So I wish the worst of luck for Barry today in this tournament.
Getting called out. Oh my goodness. Wowee. All right. Well, that's just one player. Let's go ahead and shift it over to the next players who we have over here. We have Mr. Cardfight Prime over here. Also a very well-seasoned player. I mean, to be fair, right, when it comes to a lot of these players here, they're all very well-seasoned, right? A lot of them have been, multiple tops, world contentions as well. So, I mean, that's nothing to knock them off for. But yeah, if I remember correctly, Mr. Cardfight Prime over here, keeping it really good with the Levy Dress. I remember talking to him during Toronto last season, having a very, very cool, clean run with Levy Dross, and overall a very nice number 48 ranking as well. And I think getting first place as well in I can't remember exactly what event specifically, but also having like a few BSF tops on top of it when it comes to the actual like rankings on the website itself. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be playing Levy Dross today. I remember them being very adamant about Levy Dross when I was speaking with them in the past events. So yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely. And one of the other thing is that all of these players are great players. They've topped multiple times, but because they've all topped multiple times, they've also played into each other multiple times. So we'll see if that maybe factors in this, at least in this wave of polls.
All right, moving it on to the next profile over here. Oh, we have Kay coming in. All right. Kay, of course, being, okay. I will say, I would say, I know this person. Oh, I know this person. I'm like, okay, you know what? Now I think about it, I probably met a lot of these people, which is fair. But yeah, So Kay, very well known for Night Rose. Personally speaking, I mean, I can't think of an event that they weren't playing Night Rose, or at least some form of Night Rose. And it just goes to show them grinding with this deck. I think having 2 first places overall, another 4 tops on top of that, and overall number 30 ranking as well. Very powerful Night Rose player. I have a story with K in which I fought them, I believe, in BCS Rosemont. Very, very back and forth game. But then, just having that adamant knowledge of matchups specifically, because I think I was running Shiranui at the time. And of course, no shocker, they were running Night Rose. Them having like adamant knowledge about matchups is a very strong suit for them. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be playing into those like straight, those like mindsets, those kind of like grind games in these particular matches as well.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. K is definitely a very strong player, very knowledgeable. If I had to put my bet on any player, it'd probably be them. I'm curious also to see if they actually do bring in the Night Rose, because I know also they've messed around a lot. I shouldn't say messed around. They've played a lot of Varga as well. It could be a toss-up between either decks. I'm excited to see what they might bring in today.
Yeah, for sure. All right, moving it on to the next player on the roster here. Okay, we have Mr. Peter. I don't know about the what he's eating eater, but yeah, we have Peter here from Team Titan, overall number 11 on the page. Fellow co-caster, right? He was at the time, I believe, when it came to like the BROs and all this stuff in the early seasons, he did a lot of casting, but then started getting on that competitive grind. I think he's mostly well known as a Mega Colony player, specifically when it comes to the premium side of things. But yeah, he also has a lot of good contention with standard meta as well. I mean, personally speaking, when it comes to Peter, I think he's very well known for like Stoicheia decks. I know he really likes dark states on top of that as well. And overall, he's a really cool guy.
Yes, yeah. It also seems like their experience is also really well-rounded. They're a player that have been playing since basically the start of the game, and they even have experience judging the event. So I believe that he'll come in with just waves of experience into this event.
Absolutely. All right, moving it on to the next player on our bracket over here. Who do we have? Oh, Mr. Entropy Vanguard. That is a profile pick of all time. I've definitely seen one.
Absolutely.
So we saw Mr. Entropy Vanguard over on our stream, was actually a casting for our last round over here, but now is participating as well on top of it. I would like to say, very good player very like good casing from him last season, right? Making it to Worlds, as well as I believe one of his teammates actually winning the entire Worlds event as well. So, yes. I would say that they have a very strong suit in terms of like testing for various different types of matchups. I'll be excited to see exactly what he's got in store for us today. But yeah, very, in my opinion, I think a fairly newer player on the scene. I mean, I'm guessing they probably started around V Series, but I mean, that's not to say, not all of these like new players that are coming out of the woodwork aren't having good showings, right? So I'll be very, very excited to see if we'll be able to see like maybe like an old player versus a newer player and something like that. And maybe they'll be able to show us that. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's almost like that may or may not be the theme of this event, but Entropy, his teammate who actually won World, was actually his brother. So I feel like he has a pretty good connection with him.
Okay, so, never mind. Yeah, so that's a really good testing partner then, right?
Yeah. I feel like, it's one thing to have friends that are good in the game, but having your brother that's the current world champion, I feel like makes a pretty good testing partner. So we'll see if that comes through in today's event.
Do you think he calls him brother, or do you call him Mr. World Champion? Now that's the $1 million.
I think at this point he has to call him Mr. World Champion. So we'll see.
All righty, moving it on over to the next slide. Who do we have? Oh, we have Mr. Demios, Purgatory Knights, of course. For all the buddy fight nerds out there, Demios definitely a throwback to a very, very fun Darkness Dragon World deck. And yeah, but this isn't buddy fight we're talking about, right? This is Vanguard. Now, Demios are also known as Jake. Also a very powerful player, in my opinion. A lot of the times you'll see him and another player, Ootman, at a lot of events together, right? Whether it be teaming up with each other or possibly like playtesting with one another. But both of them having very strong contentions as well. Another Worlds competitive player as well. I believe, if memory serves, with Demios in specific, They have back-to-back worlds tops, and I have a very fun story about this particular player. So Demios was trying to grind for his world contention top last season, and just missed it, I think, in Toronto by the bare bits of it. And by sheer luck, I don't know if you remember this, Curly, but they were raffling off these Liel Amorta promo cards, right? These like alternate art, really nice looking ones. And Demios managed to win one. And so then he used that to get himself a plane ticket to Puerto Rico and then topped in Puerto Rico. So the ongoing thing is that like Liel managed to spin time for Demios to give him one more shot at a world championship. He got the top and then he went to worlds. So it's stuff like that. It's like I really, really enjoy. And it's like these little stories that I very much enjoy about these players. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how if we'll see any time shenanigans maybe happening for Demios over here, as also well known. Like he's also known as like a Chronojet player. He loves Chronojet, so that's also like a little fun tidbit. So I'll be excited to see that. That's my spiel though.
I feel like if a card gets you into a BCS, you should probably bring it to this event. But we'll see what they actually end up bringing here. I know Ootman and Demos are from Gotham City Games over here in New York. I want to say one of the strongest shops that we have in our area, so very excited to see if maybe they meet up in the bracket tomorrow. That would be something. That'd be kind of cool. Yes.
Alrighty, moving it on. What else do we have on our player brackets going on over here? Oh my god, these photos are so funny. Oh man, I will just say, okay, first off, this is Quatchi, and Quatchi, if you're listening, I'm just saying you're 20 ranks away from greatness. That's all I'm saying. Okay, if they could be number 469, that would have been peak, absolute peak. But anyway, so Quatchi over here only has one top, right? And I personally more of the opinion that they would have a lot more tops if they weren't judging events. Quatchi over here is actually known more so for judging events. So if you go to a BCS or a BSF, more than likely you will see Quatchi judging the event. They are very, knowledgeable when it comes to rulings, and they're very passionate about the game, especially when it comes to that side of the things. One thing that you might not know about Quatchi, though, they love themselves some max rarity dark states. When it comes to Harry, they're all in on Harry. When it comes to, I believe, Chaos, they're all in on Chaos. Like anything high rare they'll be able to get. And I think one of the cool things is like they like to tease and things like, oh yeah, I love judging because then I can get all these exclusive promos. Yep. So that's one side of the thing. And then he's like, I think another thing is like, yeah, if I wasn't judging these events, I'd probably be topping them. And then maybe that's why while we're here, right? I think Quatchi actually managed to qualify in the Primordial Cup qualifier. So maybe that is just it. He's like, all right, the gloves are off now. No more Mr. Nice Judge. I'm going to try and show these top players what's what.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be interested to see how Quatchi does today, being our last chance qualifier winner. Of course, coming in with a bit of maybe a chip on their shoulder, having to prove themselves here in polls. We'll see how they do. But as a fellow Dark States main, I wish them the best of luck and excited to see what they bring today.
All right. Moving it on. Who do we have? Spinning it up. We have Kenzio. Okay, number 432. I believe this was another last minute qualifier, if I'm not mistaken. So honestly, like when it comes to these pools, it really is I don't know necessarily how to properly explain it, Curly, but like you had a couple players that managed to get in last minute, and I believe Kenzio was also one of these players. But that's not to say that they're also not really powerful as well, right? They already have 2 tops already on the VG Paradox ranking page. And yeah, that just goes without showing, like, we could potentially have some dark horses in this tournament, right? Like we were talking about, oh yeah, this person has so many of this person's known for this, but then, we can have these really powerful players just completely come out of the woodwork and take it all. And I'll be excited to see if Kenzio is going to be one of those players.
So Kenzio actually is part of the invitational side. The last chance qualifier, we just had one person, one lucky player who happened to be
all right.
Yep. But yes, I'm excited to see what Kenzio brings in today and see how they perform.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think with that being said, that I was the last one of our player profiles, right?
Yes.
So we'll be ready to go for our match over here as everything is getting set up and underway. I'm actually very excited to see who's going to be taking it here. We see all of these players, and we'll see exactly who's going to be taking it all then. Yeah?
Yep. I can't wait. So pretty soon we'll get this match started, and I hope that I hope and pray that it is Barry, so I can watch and commentate and watch Barry possibly get ulti out of this tournament. Cannot wait to see that.
Oh my
Fingers
goodness.
crossed.
You're just hoping. Oh,
Close
okay,
enough.
never mind. We see Entropy on the left over here going against Quatchi on the right. And there's already some telltale signs. This is one of the things I love about Vanguard, right? Like you see like the sleeves and you're thinking, okay, they're having X deck or they're having Y deck. But we see, so on the left we have Entropy playing Shoujo Doji by the looks of it. And then on the right we have Quatchi, to the surprise of possibly many, playing Chaos as opposed to not Harry.
Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. Seeing Shoujo Doji is a deck that we haven't seen around in a very long time. It was the hot thing for the early half of this year, and it kind of dropped off way later on. So I'm interested to see why Entropy decided to bring that into this tournament today, but also interested to see if they've made any updates to the deck.
Yeah, because I believe for us, at the very least, that ban list is still in effect, right? Because at least for the JP ban list, they have the Isazo to 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yep. So, but for us, I think Isazo is still at 1. So I'll be curious to see if what exactly they used in order to possibly maybe tech things in for a particular matchup. Quatchi side on the board, though, that's nothing to scoff at, right? I personally think Chaos is a very, very powerful deck. Some people consider it high roll, right? But that's not to say that like a high roll deck can't high roll out of nowhere if you have all the pieces. And based on my knowledge of Quatchi, right, they have a lot of these like high rarity cards to be able to get these different sort of names that count as like 2 names to be able to actually get more consistently Chaos's effect live.
Yep. As we already see on Entropy side, we already see one of the Tsukadachis already in the bind zone, so that'll definitely come into play later on. We have a bit of somewhat clashing styles here, where Shoujo Doji is a lot more about pumping out as many number of attacks in a turn with the more counterblast you give them, whereas Chaos is just building up your giant Mekanis, getting the Quinn Lu on them, so you just cannot guard them, and then possibly even getting the red over trigger to just instantly end the game with that restand ability. So they sort of play into each other, but I feel this may or may not be a quick game.
It may or may not, right? One thing, if I remember correctly, from Shoujo Doji was right out the get-go, right? They were able to do so much on Grade 2 Ride because they had the Isazo play, then they could go in for maybe a counterblast to get an additional stealth unit onto the board, and then just try and high roll you right from Grade 2, right? But, I mean, it definitely has slowed down in terms of tempo. But that's just not to say that they still can't go for a heavy aggression plan, which if I'm in Quatchi's position, that might be very hard, right? I need a lot of the cards in my hand to be able to do proper combo things for my Chaos turn. So I might be taking things in the early game, but I'll be very curious to see if that's going to be the case over here as we see Entropy over here going for that tri-lane. And oh my goodness,
trigger.
We just get it right off the get-go. Right from the get-go. He said, no aggro for you, good sir.
Nope.
I'm going to be taking no damage this turn. We do get a heal coming down from Entropy, but that's not going to be in effect. Oh my goodness, cracking it right back to Quatchi.
Oof. Yeah. Entropy did manage to get pretty good board setup here. They managed to call out a Grade 3 on turn 2, which is really, really good. But unfortunately, Overtrigger is just going to shut down that whole turn here. But we're still pretty good set up for next turn. We already have the Grade 3 that gets the big power. We have the Tsukadachi that we can tuck into Soul for next turn. But we'll see if Quatchi can maybe get some defenses here. Unfortunately, Chaos is one of those decks that really doesn't do too much in the early stages of the game. It kind of needs a while to set up, but once it gets there, it can explode. Before then, it can be kind of rough sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. One thing to note though, when it comes to Quatchi's side of the board, is that one thing we forgot to mention is that they discarded double Cycler. So they discarded the Gun Cycler turn 1, and then they discarded the Soul Cycler turn 2, which is pretty good if you're asking me. You're able to draw a whole bunch of cards and then properly set up. So I think what we might be trying to go for, at least if we're on Quatchi's side of the board, is maybe we're trying to farm a good hand and then try and crack back as soon as our Grade 3 turn happens. So maybe, we're not even going to go for any sort of aggression, right? Maybe we attack a Tsukiyodachi. Maybe we attack the Grade 3 if we don't want them to get a lot of power on the board, and then we just pass, right? So who's to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially considering that Entropy has kind of locked out one of the early ways that Dark States is able to get advantage in the Philia. considering that they have so many rear guards. Failure will not be active. Chaos typically doesn't play orders in this early stage of the game. So the real only advantage Chaos can get is through these cyclers, as we're going to see here. The Vanguard swinging into what looks like the grade 3.
And then we're
Oh, no,
seeing
it's going to be the Tsukudachi.
Yeah, no. I mean, that makes sense though, right? Tsukuyodachi is one of those really powerful combo extenders for Shoujo Doji specifically. So the less I have of them on the board, the better, right? Just being that card that get an additional soul, then paying that counterblast to get that additional attack in. Can seem like very little because, it's only a grade 2, it's only 10k, but can actually snowball as the game progresses. So I think Quatchi just trying to get them out as early as he possibly can, and also denying Entropy that damage was probably the play there.
Yep, because Shoujo Doji is one of those decks that for each counterblast, you can basically convert that into an extra attack. And with those Tsukudachis being in drop, it's not as easy for them to go and bind as if they were on the field, which, allows its effect to, whenever it goes to soul from field or deck, it just instantly binds itself.
Absolutely. But now we're going to be able to tag in a whole bunch of other cards from our bind zone. That's just a really, really powerful thing that a lot of players kind of maybe remembering right now about Shoujo Doji is, having that ability to call basically a full board from your bind zone. You get to do so through your axe skill, and then you can also have an auto skill on top of that. So there's a lot of pressure here coming down from Entropy side of the board, and we'll just see how Quatchi here decides to guard all of this possibly.
Yeah, as we see, the one of the main strengths also that allows you to do that is, of course, the Shoujo Doji ride line themselves, because if they are bound, the grade 1 and grade 2, you can just easily call them out. That easily gives you 2 bodies on board, as we see one of them go to soul and the other one attacking in here with the Unprecedented.
Yeah, and then this is still one of those really cool things that I love about Shoujo Doji is like how your attack patterns are going to work out, right? It's like, do I boost here and then call out 2 separate guys and then use the effect to call out another guy, or do I go full boost over here, put these 2 into the soul, call out a grade 3, call out a grade 1. It's like, it's all these little micro decisions that are giving me like flashbacks. That are like, oh yes. I'm trying to remember the times I played Shoujo Doji and like, these are the attack patterns that I'm supposed to be doing. And honestly, like those were some of the really, really cool things about the deck that I remember.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Getting to sequence everything correctly, it definitely feels super rewarding here, especially as we saw the Kinran able to get us the Persona for next turn as we hit a draw trigger here. Quatchi is able to hit another defensive trigger.
Wow, 2 defensives right off the bat and an OT before that. So that was a lot of triggers being blown out by Quatchi's side of the board. But now we're going to be going into the grade 3, the good old Chaos. For those who might not know necessarily, so right now they are on the Approaching Fangs Chaos, which is the original version of Chaos, but they won't be on it for much long, all right? The only reason why is because we're going to be going into our new form of Chaos, the Soul Artario Chaos, I believe its name is.
Yep.
And this guy is a beast. He says if your soul has 13 or more cards with different card names, until end of the turn, all of your units get 10k, and it gets an additional crit. And that in itself seems really, really powerful, right? It's just having crit pressure. But then if you combo that on top of those Makanis that I believe Quatchi is going to be trying to go for here, is you're going to have a multitude of attacks. You're going to have restanding rear guards. You're going to have a crit pressure on your Vanguard. And then I believe all these units also get more additional power on top of the 10k that Chaos is getting. So you're trying to thin your deck with the soul charges, get to that condition, and then call those Makanis. And then like you were saying earlier, Curly, you're going to go for those Quenlus, get that guard restrict, and then just blow your opponent completely out of the water.
Absolutely. The Makani is also great now with the new Soul Ontario, because before the Approaching Fangs Chaos, his skill was on attack, so you'd have to like swing in with your Makanis, not make them as big as they normally would have been. But now with the Soul Ontario, you have an axe skill that happens in main phase, so now you can give your Makanis the 10k power, sometimes even Persona Ride, right? If you can get that off, and then they can actually swing in twice with the restand.
Oh, and we managed to soul charge, I believe, the promo card that they got a while back. That's pretty powerful. So that one says, I believe, if you have a grade 3 with Vanguard with Chaos, you can bind it to search for the grade 3 Chaos, and you actually can superior ride into it. So if you manage to actually get it out of your soul, that's really, really powerful. And then it even has a bind. It's funny enough, has a bind zone skill, if I remember correctly, where you can put it to drop zone and you can soul charge. So that's actually hilarious, especially in this matchup where it's like, oh, you're going to bind my things. I'll help. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and do my thing while it's in the bind zone. So
it's crazy how much that one card does for this deck, but also interesting how, you know, Chaos is supposed to be a deck where you're supposed to play sort of Highlander, where you play one-offs of a lot of different cards because you need different card names in your soul. But as Chaos continues to get more and more good cards, we see the deck become less and less Highlander, as we're probably playing, you know, 4 of the Mechanies, 4 of the Order, 4 of that promo, 4 of the Chaos. So it's very interesting to see that as we see that promo come out here.
I do like, now that you mention it, Curly, you know, how it was like an ongoing thing in the community where it's like you would see a new trigger come out for Dark States, or like a new thing, like whatever, a new PG come out for Dark States, and everyone's like, oh, Chaos support, Chaos support. So it's actually really funny that you say that, because it just kind of reminds me of just that anytime. And now it's less of that, where it's like, well, okay, now you have your promo cards and your order cards. But that's, we could still go on and say anytime a new generic card comes out, it's technically, guess what? It's Chaos support, baby.
Absolutely. It was such a blessing when we got in set like 11 or something like that, the Bang Dream triggers.
Yeah.
Just, all right, finally, I can play 8.
I don't gotta
here. Perfect.
Too good. And then we had the world exclusive come out as well. So there was that one. It was like, oh my god, look, it's a Chaos support guy.
Yes, perfect. But yeah, so we see the Soul Ontario here, able to Soul Charge 3. Then you can choose 1 card from hand, from Soul, add it to hand, 1 card from Soul, and call it out. Looks like we're going to get a PG to hand, which is going to be really good into this next turn.
Yeah, that's one of the really, really cool things about Chaos's toolboxing, right? So being able to access your Soul, and then be able to grab something.
Yes. The only
I believe, though, you know, joking aside, you know, exclusive heal and things like that, he actually did manage to Soul Charge like a crit and a heal, which is kind of a little bit sad. Like, you don't want those in your Soul. You kind of want them in your deck so you can check them. But I mean, it's a risk. It's a gamble, right? That's kind of like the give and take with Chaos. Is I think with Dark, okay, you're more of a Dark States guy than I am, but it's also kind of like a give and take when it comes to Soul Charge, right? The Soul Charge giveth and the Soul Charge taketh. You know?
Yes, absolutely. At this point, we're numb to it. Us Dark States player, we see triggers are going to Soul, great. We have, you know, Soul. That's all that matters to us. Over trigger goes into Soul, turn 1, cool, great. That's all that matters to us. So
yeah. For me being a Dragon Empire main, I'm like, I draw my OT. Well, I hope I can draw Defensing Roll on top of that.
yeah, that's fair. But I haven't been able to keep count. I'm going to assume, since we have so many different cards that are high rarity that count as multiple names, that we probably have the requirement here for 13 different card names in Soul, because a lot of these high rarity cards are worded where they're treated as the original name of the card that they're an alt art for. So they technically, by some ruling shenanigans, count as 2 cards for Chaos when you're counting names.
That is correct. I think the only ones that weren't like that were the Koro ones, which is kind of sad. But I mean, at the same time, more Chaos support would have been kind of ridiculous. We see the Quenlu come. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, we do see what is crazy though is that Quenlu that went into the Soul though. Let's actually talk about that for a second. So Quenlu is actually a really powerful card here. It's very unassuming because it's a common, but basically what it is you put it into the Soul, you choose one of your rear guards, and it gets power, but then it also gets the ability where your opponent cannot call grade 1s or greater from their hand, shutting off PGs basically, which is super, super good. And the way Chaos plays normally is if you could do 1 Quenlu, that's really, really good. But you're going to try and go for 2 Quenlus here, because then you could get them on both the Mechanies, and then both the Mechanies have the guard restrict, and then are also restanding on top of that.
Absolutely.
Basically making just like this 1-2 knockout punch where it's like, all right, crit pressure, restanding Vanguards, and no PGs on top of that.
Yeah, and then one of the biggest strengths is also you can do this while your opponent's still on turn grade 2, because there's no grade 3 restriction on any of these effects for the restand of Mechani, for the effect of Chaos, none of this. So pretty rough if you manage to win a die roll and go first.
Absolutely. And we'll see the 2 Mechanis here being restanded with the additional crit here. We'll see how Entropy chooses to guard it. He is only at 1 damage though, so he does have some sort of flexibility here. But I mean, Chaos is kind of known for putting people from like 0 damage to 6 damage in a turn. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Might not happen here, unfortunately. We didn't get to see as big of a board as we probably wanted to here, and given how Doji works, as we see the PG coming down here for Entropy, Critical Trigger is gonna change this, as we have
all right,
getting pretty.
Is that a front
front trigger?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, okay. That's the Donji front. Yeah. See, us people who are not so used to high rarity, we're looking at the low rarity cards, and we know that, and then we're like, oh wait, that's a character trigger. Which one is that? Is that a draw? Is that the front? I'm not really too sure.
Yeah, but it is gonna suck at the end of this turn because we're gonna lose the grade 1 Makani as it's still on board, and you could use that next turn to get the grade 3 Makani, but of course, Shodoji is just gonna go ahead and yank that next turn.
Absolutely, I think if you think that Rearguard is going to be sticking on board, you are sadly mistaken. Shoujo Doji is definitely known for binding key pieces, and it's not retiring too, so it got around a lot of stuff back in the day as well, which is really, really powerful. So it may not look like it, but you got some really powerful control options coming down from Entropy next turn.
Yeah, Entropy is looking like they're going to start here with 5 cards in hand, which it doesn't mean too much. We have those Sukadachis in bind zone already, so we might be able to get just enough here. But we see that the OT was used already. So we have both players with their OT out of the game here. Granted, Quatchi was able to actually check theirs, but Entropy using theirs to guard here.
No, not with Defensing Roar. How could that be?
Nope.
No, the value though, Entropy, the value.
Nope, gotta play a fair game like the rest of us. Can't skill twice.
All right, so yeah, very much like you said. Oh, I think we got the Persona right on top of that too, Curly. That's insane.
Yes.
Ooh, and we have that grade 2 that comes down. I believe it's what was it? The Ogijishi.
Ogishi.
Oh my goodness, I still remember that one from Twitter as well. Ogijishi. Everyone needed to pronounce it properly.
Easy to say.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, so this one, has that ability where if it goes into Soul, if I remember correctly, you can counterblast 1, choose 2 face-up cards from your opponent's bind zone, you put them to drop, and then your entire front row with stealth gets 5k. But I mean, because basically your entire deck is stealth anyway, that basically just means your front row is getting 5k. The question is, we only have 2 counterblasts to work with. Right. And it's kind of tight when it comes to that sort of thing, when it comes to Shoujo Doji, right? It's like, do you expend that counterblast for the buff or do you expend that for an extra attack? It really depends on Quatchi's damage threshold, damage here.
That and what Quatchi possibly gives from hand here. We of course don't want Quatchi to get any of these cards back, right? As the Shoujo Doji player, but do we want this in drop? Right, it depends on the type of deck, but Chaos doesn't really have any drop recursion, at least presuming from the usual builds. So we're probably going to want to use that counterblast on that.
I agree with you. I think the more cards out of their hand, the better. I will say if there was a kunai on the board, that might have been a different story, because I know kunai is one of those cards where you can get the counter charge from. But I mean, this is still a really good turn, right? I mean, we are still doing a large amount of attacks. We're on a Persona Ride turn, and we're just trying to push in for a large amount of damage. I don't know necessarily how many cards Quatchi has in their hand. Looks like a fair bit. But it's still a lot of pressure coming down here from Entropy side of the board.
We're going to take the first hit here, which is not going to be a defensive, which is one of the key things that you can do against Shoujo Doji. Of course, their main offense comes from those Sukadachis, which aren't super huge. So getting one defensive really helps the rest of the turn for you. But not getting one there is going to make this a bit tough for Quatchi.
Yeah, for sure.
Both of those cards go to drop.
All right, and now we're actually activating the Tsukiyodachi now, as opposed to doing it when the Vanguard swings in. But it kind of makes sense, right? Because Shoujo Doji needs 2 rear guards to be able to slurp into the soul, to be able to do the effect anyway. So it makes sense to do it here. I would be curious to see what Entropy plans on calling off of the Shoujo Doji attack here, though. Because let's see, what do they have in the soul? The binds? What are they working with here?
I do see a PG. Which
I see a PG.
Not coming next. This following turn.
I see a Suku, I see an Unprecedented, and I see a Kinron.
Yeah.
Okay, Kinron's actually no. This play is actually really, really good, because with the Kinron at the very least. Oh my goodness! Sorry. Once again, I'm looking at the deck and I'm getting flashbacks. Right? We do the Kinron play right afterwards. We do the Kinron play, and we're actually able to recycle our Persona Rides. That was one of the really powerful things about Shoujo Doji. Right? It was like you do the Kinron, you put your attacker into the soul. You could get an extra proc off of your bind zone, but what Kinron primarily did, recycled your Persona Rides, so you could just infinitely Persona Ride.
Yep, which is what we're seeing here as we Soul Charged and then Soul Blast, and we have probably the right deck Persona Ride in drop here, and we'll probably see that bounce to hand here, possibly, or we could maybe not use the skill to try and get access to that PG that we have in bind zone. We'll see.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, because I think that's actually one way to get around the guard restrict if we're going to go for that Quenlu play again next turn from Quatchi's side of the board, is we can actually just choose to put those cards into the soul and then guard from our bind zone because we're not guarding from our hand, right? And we can still do that PG effect. So that's actually one play that I think I can possibly see coming down from Entropy. So you're not wrong there, Curly. We do see Quatchi here at 5 damage, though. So it's a very, very tight scenario here. But I believe that was the last attack. Okay, no, we are going to choose the Kinron now to put the... Okay, we are putting the Persona Ride. Okay.
Gonna play it a bit aggressive here, I guess, trying to win the next turn with the Persona Ride here, as we have not many cards left in depth for Quatchi here.
We don't, but I mean, that doesn't mean that we still can't try and go for, once again, a full amount of aggression here. I think, if anything, once that soul is set up, that doesn't mean that, he can't just keep going and keep doing what it is that makes that deck so powerful, right? We still have the high roll going on. We still have we could still do the Makani plays over here. Really depends on how far Quatchi wants to extend it. And with 3 counterblasts could get them there.
Yes, as we're going to see the Chaos actually being added to the Soul Ontario being added back to hand here. And we're going to call out the Queen Lu Activate Persona right here. Very interested to see how we're going to get these Makanis out of Soul. Or just have them. Yeah, that works.
Or just have them.
Just have them. Just be built different, get them from hand. Yeah, okay.
Who needs to call them from Soul when you could just have them in your hand the entire time?
We're gonna see the Queen Lu activate again here on the left Makani. So that once again, no grade 1s or greater for its attack here, as we're going to go ahead and counterblast 1 for... What are we counterblasting for?
I think we're going to be doing it for the the order card here. Okay.
Interesting here. Okay,
yeah.
So this is a promo order. One of the first strongest support cards that Chaos got. For each Chaos different names you have in your soul, you can look at the top 5, and for each of those different names, you can take 1 card and put it into your soul. So essentially in from the top 5, which is very strong here, and that's how we can hit a lot of triggers here, as we're going to choose a Philia Queen Lu and a grade 1 Makani. So
that's crazy. We're still going for deck then this late into the game. Look how small Quatchi's deck is though. Like that, it's both good because you're getting non-triggers out, but it's also very risky because that just gets you closer to deck out. Oh, but we get the Queen Lu out of the soul, so we're going to be able to put it on the other Makani. So now we're going to have double guard restrict happening again. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Okay, so I think this is like a full make or break play then, right? Because like I'm the type of player that's very, very careful when it comes to this sort of stuff. But Quatchi's like, nah, that's not how Chaos plays. It's all in, baby.
Gas, no brakes, gas on the pedal here. Yeah, that's just how you have to play Chaos, unfortunately. There's no guarding, just all gas, all attack here. That is the second effect of that order, is that if you have 8 or more, you can call out something from Soul. And if you have a Makani, you can give it plus 10k. So we have 2 Makanis with Queen Lu activated. We're going to have a Chaos with a crit. And then we're going to have 20k on the front from Persona Ride and from the Makani, the Chaos skill being applied here.
All right. That's just huge. That's a huge amount of pressure. Once again, Entropy is at a low amount of damage. But as we were explaining earlier, Curly, that kind of doesn't mean anything when it comes to the sheer amount of aggression and power that Chaos is able to do here. So we'll see how Entropy wants to just try and decide to take these hits here, try to guard if he can. It's going to be really awkward, especially because Queen Lu, while we say it doesn't stop PGs, right? It's more than that. It's grade 1s or greater. Right. So that just basically means you can only guard it with triggers. So even if they had, shield in their hand, like grade 2s or maybe like, I don't know, grade 3s or whatever, that'd get extra shield. That doesn't matter. Because Queen Lu says no grade 1s or greater. So it's a very tough scenario to be on Entropy's side.
Yeah, especially since while getting the Persona Ride was nice for next turn, as we're going to take this attack and hit a draw trigger, which will help. We do have basically -1 card in hand, being the Shoujo Doji that really can't do anything for the guarding this turn here. We're going to take the second hit, and I don't think that's going to be a defensive here. So going to see how we deal with this Chaos Vanguard swing with this super thin deck. We're going to call the PG here.
I mean, we have it. Might as well use it where we can,
Yeah, absolutely. See how big these drive checkers are going to be, as we can see Philia and a ace unit.
Double blank. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see it. Explosive start. So
we'll see if the Queen Lus are going to be enough to take it over the edge over here, because we see a fair amount of cards in Entropy's hand. But the question is, are they triggers? Are they grade 1s or graders? And if they are, that means nothing in the face of a Queen Lu guard restrict.
Yeah, as I believe this Makani here is swinging in for 35. The other one's going to be swinging in for 45, which, pretty decent numbers, especially when you can only use grade 0s to begin with. So if we haven't been checking triggers this whole game, it's going to be kind of rough.
All right, so we see the 15 shield come down here, and then the other one, like you said earlier, is going to be that 45. So maybe we take it. We go to 5 here. We do have a little bit of flexibility, but then Quatchi maybe is thinking like, okay, do I want to give the Shoujo Doji an extra counter blast? And looks like they are. They're going to give them 3 counter blasts. It's going to crack back to Entropy side of the board, and I believe we're going to see a Persona ride happen with 3 counter blasts too to work with. That's actually huge for Shoujo Doji.
Yes. 3 counter blasts to work with. 2, I think Sukudachi is already in the bind zone. Quatchi not having the greatest drive checks whatsoever, especially checking that ace unit, which notoriously has the intercept ability, but does not have a single point of shield value for whatever reason. So it's essentially a grade 3 at this point.
Absolutely. It's a very tight spot. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, this has been a very cool back and forth going on right now because, you know, Quatchi was able to knock a high amount of damage very fast, and then being able to stabilize on Entropy side of the board with those defensive triggers, and then, you know, crack back with their amount of aggression. So it's just been like aggro on top of aggro, and then both of them trying to farm and shell up as best as they can is really, really cool to see. And honestly, like just watching Shoujo Doji in action right now is just giving me so many previous BCS vibes. But yeah, we'll see what exactly they choose to do here. They have a fair amount in their soul to be able to work with. Looks like they're choosing to guard with the grade 2, the bind, the grade 2, the Kinron, and the Ogijishi by the looks of it.
All right. Yeah.
And then I believe they have the double Suku in as well already on top of that, plus the Suki Odachi already. So they have a double Suku, a PG. So one way they can possibly do it off of a Persona rod, I think they can just go swing with their 2 columns here. Oh, and we're calling okay. I'm just trying to I'm trying to get into the mind of a Shoujo Doji player here. Yeah, exactly. Like, all right, what are my optimal attack patterns here? So I'm thinking like, okay, I swing in with the Suki Yodachi column. I then swing in only with the Shoujo Doji grade 2, right? And then I swing in with my grade 3 Shoujo Doji. I put that column, the Suki Yodachi and the draw trigger into the soul to be able to proc the Kinron column as well as the Ogijishi column, and then use that for a Suki Yodachi play on top of that. So we might be going for a double. Okay. The kunai to me is telling. The kunai to me tells me that we're trying to go for a double Suki Yodachi play here.
Right. Yep.
Because we're going to be swinging in now with both the columns. We're going to be procking in both the grade 2. We're going to be putting in both the grade 2s into the soul. We're going to be calling down the Kinron as well as the. Never mind. Okay, we're just taking the damage.
Okay. Don't even think of that far. This is what
Shoujo Doji does to me. It unlocks this like part of my brain where it's like I need to like map out all these things like it's a freaking like a freaking maze in a puzzle. Like, okay, we gotta go here. And then meanwhile, Quatchi in his hand is like, nah, I'm just gonna take it.
Nope, you got it. But yeah, great game from both players. I did not expect that game to go as long as it did. Again, from both these decks being so aggressive, able to do so much on their grade 3 turns, able to move around so many pieces. But it was really cool to see both of them, especially do what they both can do. We saw basically the full extent of both decks. The only thing we didn't see was Quatchi checking the red OT on the Makani that had the Queen Loot. That was the only thing that
would have been absolutely insane. Could you just imagine a freestanding, guard restricting, like over 100 million? Like, absolutely insane.
More damage, please take it.
But that was just the first game in these rounds of pools. I'm actually very excited to see what the other players are going to be doing in our proceeding rounds. And there's only going to be one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be taking our break and passing it off over to some other casters to keep you guys on your toes to see what else is in store for y'all here at the Primordial Cup. So don't go anywhere, everyone, as we will see y'all in a bit.
Thanks.
Hey guys, welcome back to Primordial Cup. I'm back for judging round 1, and I'm with NA number 1 Grierson.
No. Hi everyone. I'm back to NA number 1. I think should be Steven, not me. But yes, I'll take that title for now.
I heard you did get invited, but you declined. Why didn't you? Because the festival is legal, so you could have played Alfred, which I know you're a big Royal guy.
Yeah, I will play MLB or Alfred, but I haven't maxed the deck, so I was like, no, I'm not playing it if it's maxed already.
Can't play your pet deck unless it's maxed, right?
Yep, definitely.
We did see a pretty exciting game with Chaos versus Doji, both very, very fast decks, and that surprisingly went to turn 6, I believe. So it's just a little bit of not something you'd expect for these two decks that are aiming to kill as fast as possible.
Yep, I do think Soul Charge is what matters in Chaos, and then Soul Charging way too many triggers. That's why the game got a little longer.
For sure. Well, speaking of soul-based decks, let's move on to player profiles for this round. So this one is one of our Olympians. This is Lewis, a Washington-based player who he normally travels between Vancouver. He's come to Cali a couple times. A big Night Rose guy. I know a lot of his competitive success during the last BCS season was with Night Rose, notably one top 4 finish, which a little sad that he couldn't manage to break into an invite, but that's just how competing works, right?
Yes.
Then moving on to the other player that's going to be sitting across from him is Hui, a Toronto-based player. You have any thoughts on Hui?
I actually know Hui through Steven.
Calgary place, right? Yeah.
So I know that Steven's been helping him a lot for playtesting and to learn more about the game. And he did show like very good like player skill and knowing how the game works.
Yeah, I know him. The thing I know him most for is playing Highlander and Premium mostly, and that deck is like very, very much the cards kind of just do what they do on the tin. So just making the most of each and every one of them is what matters the most. So fundamental skill matters a lot. So I very much agree there. Two very, very fun de-skilled players here. So I'm excited to see how that ends up playing out. All right. With that out of the way, let's go ahead. Looks like we've got Barry on the left with Hui on the right. The matchup is Zorga versus Rewinder. I heard a little story that you had a little match with Rewinder in one of your free fight rounds before in a couple events ago.
I know Zorga definitely more than Rewinder, but just before the start, I was reading some of the cards. Seems like a very nice deck, the way it functions, like very typical Brand Gate, the way it wants it to be. But we will see how it goes.
Yeah, I know a lot of them. It's harder to keep up with some of these Koro decks because we don't really have like, you're trying to get a whole set of kind of faces that we're not really familiar with. When normally we get like one set, we'd get like a couple new triple rares, a couple old triple rares, just for some older stuff. So it's a little easier to follow those sets, but for Koro definitely it's a little harder to follow, especially with just like the collab sets in general. We do see on the right side that Hui is opting for the newer ride line with fishing and I'm assuming split the preordained, and goes for the Coutier on turn 1 as well, which is very, very aggressive.
But you definitely want to set up, I feel like, in the deck a lot faster when you have the ability to. So this way, Zorga is playing based on drop zone, and you want to see more orders. So I think that's fine for the deck.
I do know that Zorga can struggle a little with having good Carl targets, especially in turn 1 with Mythic Arc. We do see like obviously like PGs are good to bounce for later, especially because Rewinder itself doesn't run any removal. So calling a PG here early on is pretty valuable. So that's at the very least. But like normally especially like my habitat here is mostly just for like these double RPD turns on turn 1 instead of actually having to call anything. Like he could have called the trigger for all he cared, could have called nothing for all he cared, and then he'd still have these two massive 15 20 21 and 23 lanes with a crit. Jeez, is that a crit or what? No, it wasn't. Ooh, heal trigger. Okay. Yeah, and then Yep. Ooh, that's a very, very, very nice heal. I believe that was
It was
one
a
of the grade twos that can
heal.
revive itself as well on after the heal, which is really, really nice. I do
So
hope, just for Barry's sake, me hopefully that Hui doesn't have a Cheerful Malice in turn 2 as well to reset those RPDs immediately. That'd be very, very brutal.
yeah. So for what I'm reading, the deck does have cards that can come back onto the board, but the deck doesn't do much of a rush, I guess. Like you want your tri-lane until like turn 3 and onwards.
It can depend because of, like you said, like the board recursion, it's pretty comfortable at calling just rear guards out and just swinging with them. And like if they get swung in that's fine because they can just come back, Rewinder itself can soul blast 1, call 1 from the top 5. So building a board is very, very easy. But still, because like the deck has struggles to run like cyclers or anything, and like it typically uses the non-triggered in hand to rush with, it can be hard to like just guard at all, especially against like a more aggressive deck like Zorga when you get these double RPD turns. Like there you see Barry had to just take 3 damage on turn 1. There's not much you can do about it. So it is very much a glass cannon like deck. We do see Hui is running Split the Preordained. How much knowledge do you have with Zorga? Do you think you'd have? Can I pick your brain at what do you think the old grade 2 or the new grade 2 is better? Do you think?
So I remember the old one, you grab an order back from drop.
That's on turn 2. Yeah, and then the new one grabs it on turn 3.
Yeah, so depends on I think it really depends on what type of order you want to play in the deck and how you want to see your turn being played. I think both are fine. It's just that one I feel like give you more option on turn 3. The other one lets you rush a little harder on turn 2, based on the order you get.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, me personally, I've always been more of a Split the Preordained fan. I've always I definitely play Zorga a little more slower than other people. So I like playing the Shadow Cloak, milling out whatever really powerful order for turn 3, and then adding it back to hand with Split the Preordained. But the Husk Dragon definitely lets you, like, if you like get grade 2 orders into draw, put it back into hand, especially like if say you have 2 Coutiers in your opening hand for turn 1, you can play 1 Coutier, mill out the order you want to play, then play a second Coutier, mill out the order you want to add on turn 2. That lets you be really aggressive there and like funnel a lot of your resources into the early, which I know some Zorga players are opting for just to like the game's gone, like the pressure's a lot higher. Like PG cycling is only going to get you so far, especially at a 3 attack deck, right? So playing more aggressive early on, I think, is what a lot of people are trying to opt to.
Yeah, I do think Divine is the only chance to make the 4 attack. So it feels like slightly different from Mask from what I've been playing against back then. Mask gives you like the high roll because of the grade 2 that can call from drop mid battle, but with Divine only, you're hitting really for like a 1-turn play. So I do think able to push for the earlier damage, secure the game higher.
Yeah. When you go 4 attacks and all of them have potential crit behind them, yeah, it can get very scary. But I like all Divine skill decks, you only get 1 shot at it. So trying to put yourself into a position to get the most out of that as possible is good. You do see turn 2 Overcoming, which is super powerful card for Nadir. Accelerates that bind and then puts 2 orders from drop to hand, which is just getting that early plussing for a deck that kind of struggles with it sometimes is really, really nice. And then obviously RPG's back on the board, plus 10. Offer another one to pass.
The deck has a slight weakness. A lot of time you don't have like a booster for Vanguard, which could be an issue for the deck.
Yep. Still being able to push your opponent to turn 2 is still really, really nice, especially like if you go for that turn 3 Divine skill, you can just try to gun for a game immediately as you get to grade 3, which I know is another strategy that Zorga players are employing to be able to keep up when going second.
Yes. With potential everything +1 crit, being at 4 is not where you want to be at.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely the scariest damage to be at against two crit decks like Zorga and Paldio. I do think we're gonna see like we explained, like the board building capabilities that Reminder shows here. Yep. So we see the grade 2 can call 1 from top 5, and then the grade 3 with its own act skill can also call from top 5. That's immediately 2 bodies on board. We did see that. I do believe that one of the grade 2s that can call itself from drop zone is also available. So there's definitely a turn to be added, even if the hand's starting to get a little small because of all this aggressive action on Hui's side. Does seem like Barry is opting instead of the full 4 attack going for 3 instead. Yep, looks like he's opting out of calling that, just going for 3 attacks. Nope, see, front trigger, yeah. So for those who aren't as familiar with the Koro decks, as I might be, one of the strengths of this deck in particular is that it can run, it's very heavy on the front triggers because of the special set order, retry I. It can restand anything anything with the retry ability, which is basically every single card in the deck. So after you restand, you just soul at the end of the battle, soul blast 2, stand it, and the set order gives plus 5k, but also sets the crit to 1. So despite being a deck that can restand the Vanguard, critical triggers are not as effective. So instead, you like going for front triggers to give power to everything, and then the rear guards that can also restand the 3 I can now swing with plus 10k twice. We see Barry checking 2 fronts, which on maybe would have been more appreciated on a later turn, but still, any triggers are helpful. Any triggers are helpful, right? Just because, especially because like offensive pressure and just having shield value in hand.
I think currently the double front is also nice. Is his opponent being Zorga being at a grade 2, the 10k base makes it even, so you're hitting for a magic number most of the time.
Yep, Akaba is swinging for 15 plus 20, so that's 35, and then plus 13, that's 48. That's definitely big numbers.
But not seeing a heal trigger does hurt, in my opinion, in this current turn.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be at 4 going into Zorga's Divine Skill turn, especially with 2 RPDs already available. The bind's already accelerated with Overcoming. Shadow Cloak going to be pouncing that PG too, so not only is Barry at risk of just getting blown out immediately by a turn 3 Divine Skill, he's going to have to fight through an additional PG as well.
But in order to bounce the PG, you need a Soul Blast 1, right?
Yep.
It looks like the Soul is not enough to do Divine and the bounce back. So we will have to choose which one you want to do, seems like, unless there's a way to Soul Charge.
Yeah, the main one is Tearful Malice, which is the one where it's retire 2 rear guards, Soul Charge 1, put itself to Soul, then Counter Charge 1. So that's one option. But yeah, as you pointed out, unless that's available, it looks like he's going to have to either pick between Divine Skill or bouncing that PG to hand this turn. Hui's hand is looking a little small, which might be a little bit cause for concern because that does limit the amount of options he has. Well, ideally, you would like to use 1 card in hand to call over the RPD, or use obviously Zorga's very strong EB2 that calls 2 cards from drop as well as an option to call over that RPD. He is deliberating quite a bit.
I do think calling over from hand, then instead of using Zorga's ability first is better, just because the way his board is set up, he wants to bounce back the PG first and not to lose the dog, because he does need some boosters, seems like.
Yep. He does opt for the Miasma and Overcoming turn here. So he uses Miasma, calls 1, gives 5k to everything that's been called from drop this turn, and then importantly, he does something that it's a small sequencing thing, but he does do the Overcoming before he goes for the Zorga EB2. So then in that case, Zorga's EB2, he'll have 3 cards in bind instead of 2. So the scaling power that Zorga gets to the called units gets a lot bigger too. He does opt to call the starter instead of something else, which is interesting.
I believe he was trying to. He was debating between the starter or the new card from Festival, but I'm not fully sure what it does because I haven't read everything in Festival.
The streamers put it on screen. It is from drop zone. You can pay energy to call it, and at the beginning of the battle phase, it gives front row rear guards plus 5,000 if they had 5,000 or less power. So basically, actually 10,000. So RPDs will gain 10,000 power, which, like we talked about, makes this Divine Soul turn just that much more scary.
Seems like he's only calling one instead. No, yeah, he can only call one because he haven't called over.
Yep.
But he's debating on the PG, I think.
Yeah. We do see here the RPD will be, as currently it is 15 plus 5 from the Miasma, and then if he calls the new Festival card, that's going to be another plus 10. So that's going to be 15, 20, 30k solo, which is 30k to crit, and then presumably he calls a booster behind it as well. Yep, there he does. That booster will be boosting for 8 plus 5k times 3, so it'll be a 23k booster. For currently that number is sitting at 53 and then 58 from the Miasma, so 50 actually was Miasma plus 5k to front row, or is that plus 5k to all call units called from drop? Do you remember?
I think it's front row for what I remember. It's been a while for that card.
Yeah.
But it does seem like he's choosing Divine Skill over the PG.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of your front rows gets plus 5.
Yeah. This is very big, very scary. 53k 2 damage. All right, so first comes out. That's 1 PG. And Nadir himself, like you said, there's these numbers tend to be, the Vanguard number tends to be a little smaller because there's usually not like a very large booster behind it. So this is just going to be 1924 or twin drive. And this is kind of the deliberation part, whether you want to do you want to guard this and then risk the crit getting passed to the Shadow Cloak, and then you have to guard 2 attacks. You just want to take this, hope the crit doesn't show up.
I really think it depends on hand size because Dragon is huge. Ooh, he's guarding it. So he does gain the soul as well for the soul front.
Yep. Does not look like a crit shows up. If Barry is able to guard that last RPD swing, then he is good to survive this turn and to go on to his another one. Another PG comes down. Yep. Defensive over trigger. Ooh. Wish that could have come up a little earlier, but that's kind of the nature of the card, right? You never know when it comes up.
Yep, and you couldn't risk it because it's going for crit attack.
Unfortunately, Barry isn't able to get Persona Ride, and Persona Ride is a lot of the, like we talked about, the cards that come back from drop to board, they have a maple effect, so they can get called when the Vanguard's placed. So Persona Ride, on top of the numbers, obviously, of course, being a 5 attack deck, you want the 10k to your front row, but also riding gives you just more soul to pay for your soul boss 2 cost, and then more board because you get a call the grade 1s from drop. At the very least, though, even if Barry misses Persona Ride, he does get 2 retry eyes. Even without boosters, the retry eyes, if Barry can hit 1 or 2 fronts here, it's going to be a lot of pressure, especially because we ended his turn with not the biggest hand.
So I do notice last turn when you use the order, the Vanguard gets -1. If you do it again, does it go to 0 or it keeps a 1 check?
Retry I is once per turn for any given unit. Ooh, front trigger. Ooh, all right. Front trigger on the first check. That's very good for Barry here. But yes, retry I is only once per unit. So it's going to be 2 Vanguard attacks and then 3 rear guard attacks total.
Okay. But because you do get access to call the grade 2 to the behind the Vanguard, so you do have an extra attack, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this is going to be the grade 2 Shirai, the grade 2 on the berries, right? That's Shirai. It's a effect is they can CB1 call off from drop and then give 5k to the Vanguard. One really funny thing I like to use with this card is that the card is not hard once per turn, so you can call it, give 5k to Vanguard, call it on top of it, and then call it again from drop with another counter blast if you're willing to spend all that counter blast to be able to make your Vanguard just a little bit bigger. Good defensive on Freeze End as well. And then Barry is just going to go ahead and call the Me in 3 minutes chrono, which is a 25k attacker. It's a very small effect, so it's not really 25k is just either a 15 or if you fit a trigger, it's just a 5k. So it's not a big deal breaker for your turns. But what it does do is fuels your soul, because that retry Eye Pang Soul Boss 2 over and over. It does. The deck is a Dark Fates deck, so it's easy to get that soul back, but it's having to spend Soul Boss 2 over and over. It is going to add up eventually.
Soul Boss 2 is definitely heavy, but it does give you the advantage you wanted it.
Yep. Yeah, one very scary thing about the Rewinder grade 2 on the left, that's Lemon. When she attacks, she can negate autos for the turn, or for the battle. So as the last attack, it can be hard to, like, if you're trying to hold on to your PGs, like eventually you're not gonna be able to use it on that attack, which can be very scary.
So it also stopped. I'm reading the card right now, so it seems like it also stopped Sanctitude as well.
I believe so. Yes, you definitely have to hard guard the attack. Ideally, you'd like to keep yourself at 4, but obviously, like, when your hand's that small, you can't really afford to just no guard everything. So you kind of, like, if you're trying to bank for a heal, you can't risk the 2 crit attacks, right?
Yeah, especially when you have double Vanguard to deal with, and the front trigger will just be the most oppressive part if Barry does manage to check front trigger.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who do play the deck. They like describing the deck as front Varga, where, like, instead of Varga, who can really capitalize really hard on flipping a crit, the deck instead of capitalizes really hard on hitting a front, because those numbers, like, when the multi attacks are just like a couple 30Ks, that's not a big deal, just 15 and 5. But when those are 40Ks, or if they're 50Ks, you hit 2 fronts. It, like, forbid you get 3 fronts and those are 60K suddenly, then, like, that just suddenly, what used to be like a really easy guard pattern is just suddenly, like, you just have to no guard and hope for a heal, right?
Yeah. I do see something new. Yeah, it's the first time I see actually this deck in action, so I do get to see how it works. It does seem very heavily relying on the order and front trigger as well. It feels like in V where you're playing God Hand, which front trigger.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to God Hand. That's the very same feeling, where you're just hoping those fronts show up, and they do. It just your opponent gets sent out. I remember me personally, back when I was playing that format, I was playing V Luke here, and my third round was into God Hand. They hit a front on turn 2, then it hit 2 fronts turn 3, and then same thing happened the next round. So not my favorite XG run, but that's how computing is sometimes.
Yes, so that's definitely how a Vanguard works.
You got anything else to say before we head over to break?
I think that's it. We'll see the next round how it goes. I mean, it did show me something new today for this round.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of magic of Vanguard. Sometimes you see things you haven't seen before. So stay tuned. We'll see you in next round.
Yep. See you.
feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm happy to be here once again, casting for the Primordial Cup. I'm also happy to be here with my best friend, Outer Orange. We've never disagreed on anything ever. We are two barrel mains ready to cast this next match.
First of all, we are close friends because we've been friends since the good old online days. Second off, chaos.
Sure. Chaos barrel, same thing, same difference. Both in dark.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Chaos
it.
is so much better. Who performs that? Okay, is chaos in this top 16 thingy bobber cup? No, it's not. It's not. Sorry. Barrow is not.
Hey, if the top players in the world don't see the the greatness that is Barrel, I can't do anything about that. One of these days, we'll
they
have to show
understand.
them.
They're smart. They get it.
Oh, yeah. It's just they're holding that secret sauce for BCS season. That's what it is. That's what it is.
So your grade 1 girl isn't gonna, or grade 2, whatever she is. She's not gonna save the day. I promise you.
Oh.
Anyway, we kind of start off. This is what happened. We know each other too well. We do have some profiles to go through, so let's go ahead and look at those right now. All right, we got I am so bad at pronouncing names. Kenzio?
Give me your best shot. Yep, that sounds good.
That sounds good.
That works.
430 seconds. We got 2 tops. So I think we showed Kenzio probably earlier on. And it's Tuan. I know who this person is because I actually am friends with this person. So that's really funny. I know them as Tuan though. Anyway, long story short, really good player. Actually, I would say one of the stronger players that I'm familiar with in like my local scenes. So really awesome to see them at this competition. And I'm actually, now that I know that I think I kind of know the deck they're on, so now it makes sense because they usually play the same decks. So,
okay.
Sorry, I'm putting it all together. I didn't realize that's what. I didn't realize this was fun the whole time. Anyway, I'm finding out new things today. Oh my god. Anyway, do you know anything about our buddy here?
Nope. Unfortunately, I do not. But I'm excited to see what they're bringing to this match against their opponent here.
Okay, let's see that. Oh, we got really. I'll let you pronounce this one.
What you got? No. Please, ladies first.
No.
You're
the Barrow man.
I believe in you.
Okay.
I already know how to say this name, so it's on you.
Is it Quatchi?
Quatchi, yes. So we have Quatchi here, our last chance qualifier winner, who was on stream previously against Entropy, who was casting for us earlier today. They won the last chance qualifier. Typically, they are judging many of these events, which is why you only see the single top here. But we're excited to see what they can do in this second shot here, as we have our next match ready to go. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Yeah, let's do it. Those faces crack me up. That's just so
yeah.
silly. All right, so on the right side, we obviously have Chaos. No shocker, because we did have a round a little bit earlier with Chaos. And then on the left side, we have a deck that we haven't seen yet, and I'm excited to see what it ends up being. The starter doesn't give it away right now, and now it gives it away.
But that might. That Holoraptor might give it away.
Yeah, so they're playing
Schemer and the Wizard.
And we got the Wizard, and I'm just gonna say Tuan because I really can't pronounce this other version. But Tuan plays a lot of Blackmire, is what I'm getting at, as I'm very familiar with him being on this deck. He's actually won multiple stuff, like just locally, like the Vanguard days, and hitting the heel there and going straight. Crit. It was a crit. Sorry, that was a crit. Going straight into for 2 damage. And this is normal. So he plays a very aggressive Blackmire. We saw earlier Stephen Lee playing Blackmire. You noticed was a little bit more tempo. And this is that damage is the Mekani's. That's gonna make it so much harder. That's making it so much harder. So usually Chaos, the biggest struggle bus with Chaos is finding Mekani, and then now we are seeing them all in the damage. We could heal them out, but they're actually hard to get from drop zone into the soul with the way Chaos works. So that's see the recovery rate. But it's okay. We still have like
if you're not
more.
playing the pieces for it.
Yeah, we have more. We get soul charge more. We have the grade 1 order card to get us access to potentially more. We have the new ace card, by the way, which also helps with the consistency of finding more Mekanis. So not the end of the road, but I will say going to 3 is a little tougher, a little tougher there. But yeah, this is very standard Tuan mechanics here. Tuan really plays extremely aggressively. He's a very you don't see Blackmire being this aggressive usually, but he does play very aggressively.
That's super rough to see.
Yeah,
Of course,
yeah,
the
the
Chaos
whipping
Ride
ride
line.
line. Yeah, you know, people talk about how the ride line of Blang is like kind of crappy, but I would actually argue Chaos has one of the hardest ones to proc
Yup.
because if you hit 2 triggers or an order and a trigger, you actually can't do anything, and it completely ruins your
It
soul.
just you just
Yeah,
don't
and you
flip at
need
all.
soul. So we're
Yep.
definitely, unfortunately, hopefully, I believe there could be recovery here. We do have Aphelia to
Of
fix
course,
it.
yes.
Chaos only really needs like certain pieces in soul to really play the
That
game. We
crit
got
is
a crit
definitely going to
back.
help us here
Yeah,
to catch up.
exactly. And we can heal back down, so we definitely still have recovery here. Obviously, it's going to be a little tough, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I believe in the Chaos. As I play both of these decks, I believe both these decks can high roll out of nowhere and just kind of just close it out real fast. So you just never know.
Yes, especially when we have Quatchi with Chaos here going first, which means,
Mhm.
while Kenzio was able to do double Philia on their first grade 1 turn, get a crit as well, they maybe build up some hand here. Once Chaos gets going on the first grade 3 turn, it might not make a difference how many cards you draw.
Yeah, exactly. And both these decks also have a kind of like a pop-off.
Yep.
And the only difference between the pop-offs is that I do believe Chaos can do pop-off over and over again once they have the loop going. And
Yep.
Blackmire, you have to be kind of a little bit careful when you want to start, popping off. You kind of
Yes.
have like the one turn where you know for a fact you can kill, and then every other turn you have to kind of tempo it out. But obviously here we have someone playing extremely aggressively, so they're kind of
Yeah.
pushing for that high damage and forcing and hitting
it's
another
critical
crit.
trigger.
Wow, that's wild. We do have the
Sheesh.
twin cast and the drop ability, so we can use that to protect
Yeah,
ourselves a
we're
little bit
going
here,
to go
which is
ahead
exactly
and
what we're
use that
doing.
here.
Yeah, because it's only 18k,
Oof.
so that actually just barely blocks it for the 10k. So now we're going in. We are riding to 3 here, which is really good for Chaos. Chaos ideally wants to go first. You can go
Right.
second, but going first is just so much better. So here we have getting a normal unit. We can call out a card. So Ophelia usually is the best
Okay,
target.
sure.
You don't have to call sometimes, especially if you're kind of low on soul. You can actually kind of hold off on calling, but obviously you want
Right, yeah,
to get the ball rolling. So here we're gonna probably activate the Chaos skill to check top 3. 1 goes to hand, 1
Yep.
goes to board, and 1 goes to soul. A very interesting effect. It's like I guess like discount Ava is what I like to call
yeah,
it.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Ooh,
a
hitting a trigger.
Oh,
But we got a guide. And we're
ow. Oh,
Yeah.
man, that sucks.
No, it's okay.
that hurts me.
I think what we need to know is if they have the grade 1 to superior ride and kind of keep the loop going. But the thing is here,
There it is.
we do
Okay.
have the grade 1. I was gonna say the risky part about the grade 1 is if you don't get to 13, you're stuck. Like you can't go back to the old one and re-ride again. You're just stuck on the new one. So it's just something to keep in mind if you decide to bind. But I don't know. It's not. It doesn't always matter. You check it what's in his deck. He's like, what's left?
What
do we have left?
We're already out.
Where's the
3 copies
Bacardi's?
of Persona Ride, 3 Macatis. Like it's rough
Well,
out
it's
here.
okay. You can get the Persona back to hand, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
They just used to call it out from Soul, so I don't think it's in there. So let's see. We got a Quinlu, we got a Cycler, and we have the other Cycler as well. And also that Cycler, the manga one there, counts for 2 names specifically, which is also very important.
Correct. Yep.
Considering we did miss a little bit of Soul early on, so we got to get to that 13 somehow. And now we can call a card out and bring a card to hand off of Chaos's ability. Very, very insane. Soul Charge 3 to grab anything from Soul to board and hand is such a great combo. That's what makes this new version so good.
As well as the getting access to the Queen Loop, which we're going to see that get called out here, which is super good. Just being able to recycle that, especially in a deck that plays Highlander, just being able to recycle your insane guard restrict card is so good.
2 of,
Right, yeah.
Agree.
So good.
Agreed. And then, so from what I'm seeing, it seems to be that our Chaos player here is very, very. I think they're certain they're going to get to 13 because they were able. So sometimes, like I said, for me personally, sometimes I just don't grab the cards from Soul because I want to get to 13. But it's either here they're setting up to just kind of do a kind of a slow burner turn and kind of wait a turn, or they have a way to get to 13. So
I feel like for Chaos, I don't think you have any slow turns you can afford, especially against Vladimir, right?
I agree.
Considering that you can even lose your you have no typically you don't have easy ways to get access to Persona Ride to re-ride, right? If you get it with the Divine skill, you're already at 3 damage against Vladimir. I think you just go all gas. Do whatever you can this turn.
Blackmire's like right up turn is not too crazy unless you hyper the divine skill, which is possible. You actually can divine on your first turn, but usually you don't, right? And then also Tyrell, it requires you seeing the dragons and the grade 1 and having 3 counter blasts. It requires a lot to kind of do all that.
Right.
So I think here we are aware that we do probably have one turn to live unless like something wild gets checked on drive check next turn. So I think for now we can chill. So this definitely looks like we're chilling. And I think they do have 13. No, they don't have 13 because they didn't find.
It doesn't look like we hit 13. We do hit a heal,
we
which
do
is good,
heal,
which is
which
going
is
to bring us
big.
back to 2.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
huge.
Yeah, the heals, we haven't seen any heals come out yet, so this was kind of sort of what I was expecting. It's kind of the downside to rushing with blank. Sometimes you see this. We have a Makani, which is good, so we have at least one Makani in rotation now. And then, yeah, the rear guards are just going to be basically just dudes that are going to be swinging here. I would consider swinging into the wizard.
Yes, yeah, the wizard's super good right now. With the Nexus, it just allows you to toolbox your soul. So getting that out of here would be absolutely great.
Yeah, good. I saw that. That's good. That's good. No, I agree with you. I think people really underestimate that card. Like, it is crazy how I saw that card stick on a board in one of the other games I was watching, and I was like, how did someone let that stick? Because it's just too good. Unless you have a way to retire it, you should. It's too good. You get a PG, you get Persona, you can get a Cycler back. It's so versatile, especially Blackmire being slightly glass cannon sometimes, not always, but sometimes it can be. You definitely want to. So it looks like we are hitting the ride line. I don't think we hit the first one, but we hit the second one here.
Yeah, we're gonna hit 2 here at least, so that lets us shuffle and draw 1. Obviously gives us non-trigger cards into soul, which is very good. So we got very nice deck in here thanks to that Vladimir ride line.
Yeah, it's the best part of that. I think that ride line's fun. Like, that's actually why I play. I just love that ride line. I just sit there and go, soul charge, draw, soul charge, draw.
I don't understand how anyone can call that bad, but hey, I guess I'm just used to worse ride lines. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you being a Dark Statesman, you would know. I play Stoke. We over here have like good
rank
cards,
change. 5 years on record. I don't know what deck you're playing until like turn 3. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are seeing the ace. I really appreciate this card, especially in I believe that's the ace. Yeah, that looks like the ace.
Yes,
but I really appreciate this card personally, especially in this deck. So you can do some crazy stuff with here. So basically, you can Energy Blast 3, check top 7, put a guy in the soul, and then take a guy out from soul. But the best part about this guy is that if you have like the order package, for example, you can go this into the order package grade 2, skill the grade 2, soul blast, get an order out, or you can go this into the dragon that soul charges you a card, and then the dragon skill counterblast call card, or you can go into Philia with this card. Like, there's just so much versatile. Like, there's just such a versatile card. It basically gets like any combo you want in Dark States out for you, and it's nuts. It's just nuts. So here we have the Philia come out, we have the dragon come out now we have the grade 3 dragon coming out. Also, something with the ace unit, you can actually still charge the grade 3 dragon. So so yeah, you have a lot of ways to use it. And it's a 5k or potentially a 15k beater on top of that. So just and you don't care if you lose it. Like, you played to Bob and they retire it, you're like, okay, cool, I didn't want it on there anyway. Like,
it served its purpose. Yeah. I think that's one of the key things that a lot of people are kind of ignored about the ace units is that most of them are 20k, 15k beaters that you can easily get out on the board, which makes them so good. As we can see, the Vladimir here swinging in, unfortunately binding face down 2 cards from Quatchi's board. As we see another a heal trigger coming in here, so going to be able to heal 1, go down to 1, and then our second check here is going to be just a Vladimir Nexus for next turn.
Which is good.
Taking 1 damage.
Yeah, that's good setup there. And we still have the wizard as well. I can't tell how much counterblast our Blackmire players on, but if they can use it to make a time to get that out as well. Though into this matchup, I don't even know if you need it necessarily because you can't grab PGs. So you don't want to grab PGs, sorry, more specifically. So since you want to grab them, I guess grab cyclers in that sense if you have them in soul. So I feel like you can kind of get away with not activating the wizard as often. Let's need the persona, but we saw it getting drive checked there. So.
I mean, PGs are still, good in this matchup. It's not like against Vladimir.
It's just against chaos, like the Vanguard.
But yeah, you can guard the Vanguard, right? You don't want to take 2 damage free.
So. Yep, exactly. So that should be 18, 28, 33 on the left side, and the right side should have all the buffs on it. So it should be 8. It should be 18, 28, 33. So I think they're both 33.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and take that. Unfortunately, Quatchi's gonna go to 4 here. See if we can take this attack. I guess we just take this, go to 5, try to burn some counterblast something here next turn. No, we're gonna guard it with a PG here. Okay, might as well get those PGs out of the way now. Discarding the one of the
that was the restanding one, if I recall correctly. I looked to be the restanding one.
Granted, both of them work against Vladimir, so I could go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So they could have the other one in hand, or they could just be running that one, or maybe those are all the options. It is 10k shield right now, so So we'll see. Now, I'm unfamiliar if they have a persona in hand or not, but a persona would be really nice here.
We do
We
have it.
definitely need it.
Perfect.
We do have it. Okay, good. So we get to use the ability first. Oh, they actually, I think they did a little bit of the wrong. Oh, right,
Yeah.
because they're not on the old one. This is what I meant.
Oh,
Because
yes,
they
that's
actually lose the
true.
effects. They can't still charge 3
Yeah,
because
that's
you have to
unfortunate.
specifically, you have to do it through
Right
the
over the original one.
Yeah,
That is
that's actually what I was
so
saying. When you get
unfortunate.
stuck on the new guy, it actually screws you because now you can't do the Soul Charge 3 anymore, which is actually a little scary here. A little
Yeah.
scary. That's actually why I was thinking. I was like, was it worth going into the new one there? Like, if it were me, I think I actually probably would have stayed on the old one and accepted the fact that I bricked. And just
Yeah.
kind of, you know what I mean? But I don't know how bad the hand was. That's the thing. Like, maybe
Right,
the
yeah,
hand
that's
was
true.
needed to grab
It's
cards
hard to tell.
back. Yeah. So.
I think the original one also, I believe even if you had 8, which I'm assuming we had at least 8 in Soul, you could have at least given something 10K, which would have given us a
Yes.
little bit more value than last year and just swinging
Yeah,
vanilla.
yeah. No,
Right,
you're
so.
completely right. At 8, you do get the one card gets plus 10K, in which case is usually the Mikani, and at 13 you get basically everything on with the buff. So yeah, it's pretty good. So looks like we're grabbing another copy here of something. I don't even know if we have any more chaoses to grab.
Nope, we don't.
So we're just shuffling just for the soul charge here.
Yep. See if we can get that
I wish I knew how much soul they're at because I feel like they're close. Because that's why they play the card.
Like 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
Ooh, definitely gonna give us 2 soul. Okay, perfect.
And it was specifically the crit with the names on it, so that's 2.
Yes.
So we actually might be at 13 now. We might.
Yeah, because we have the Queen Lu here. There she is. She's gonna go to soul, give him Connie +2 and the effect. Can't call grade 1 or greaters for its attack. And I believe we finally have 13.
Yeah, I think we hit 13 now. The question is, do we have the order in hand to potentially push out another Mikani? We don't. We have a heal. So we're
don't like seeing
a
that.
little spooky here. But let's see. I think we still have an OT in deck as well. And like I said, I think we still have maybe one more heal left, maybe 2.
12.
Are you doing the math?
Yeah, I think we're down. We're short 1.
Oh. No way!
I think that was hopefully I'm wrong. But no, okay, I was off R1. Okay, so he's buying the original. Okay, so we got it. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I was gonna say, for all you guys out there who potentially want to play Chaos, I promise you, this is usually like it does usually go like this.
Usually 3 Mechanics don't go to damage right away. Turns out we're actually at 14 soul. Okay, so we already had it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
We're gonna take the first swing here for Mikani. Chaos is gonna swing and stand the Mikani from its own effect, and it should be, I believe, 33. 2 crits, twin drive.
Yes, correct. Because the 10K from Chaos also applies on the Vanguard as well. So like I said, the card's good. We're struggling a little bit getting there, but the card's good. But
I'm having trouble. That's the quote unquote RPG. That's why I'm having trouble. But we have the crit here. Okay, very nice. On the Mikani, who now has the guard restrict still, so he can't use grade 1 or graders for this 45K swing, which is pretty good.
I agree. So here we can kind of attempt to push with it. I would use the heal probably into the dragon just to kind of slow it down a little bit, because there's really no reason. Like, you're not killing, obviously. Like, we're aware of this. Oh, he's going face. He's going face.
It's swing face.
That's fair. We're going like full face. Oh, a heal.
Okay, we're just gonna go to 5. The heal's not active. Quatchi's at 5 already. So okay.
We did see the order package go away into the damage zone. I actually haven't looked at the Blankmeyer list yet, but I do recall Twan only running 1 in the past. So I'm wondering if that's the only copy they have. Actually, that looks like a crit trigger. Never mind. I take it back. It's a crit.
Okay,
it's hard to tell from here, but I'm pretty sure it's a crit.
Yeah.
I thought that was the order package. It kind of had a similar like art style.
Right. Yeah. We have. Okay. So we don't have the order package. We do have Nexus, Zamug, and crit and a heal and damage. Okay, as we see the Nexus come in here, it's going to use the skill in act now, not on attack here, to bind 4 face down. Opponent chooses 2, up to 2 cards, binds them face down, and then if I believe we have 8 or more, we can call 1 card from soul to the board.
So you can actually call regardless. Actually, I believe, you're right.
Okay.
You might be right. It might be at 8 or more. I don't remember the exact stat, but basically, you can choose to call a card from your bind zone off to the board, or you can choose not to call anything and just draw a card. So you do have the option to just not call anything at all. If your board's like full and like perfect, you really sometimes just, and also the draw isn't even mandatory. You can choose not to draw as well. So, So yeah, so we do have, I think, 8, and if we, it looks like we are calling out the Philia here, I guess, just to full on get the numbers perfect, and we don't have.
Oh, actually, no, we have
anyway,
have 9 because we hit the Colossus. So yeah, we are able to call the Philia out here for free. Still have 8 for the Divine Skill.
Yep, that's exactly how it is, and good stuff here. Also, for those curious, also the blind zone, the number for the Nexus, you do it first before you call something out, so you get the number first regardless if you call something out. It's off. So a little fun fact about Nexus that I found out playing it. So he can basically, you get the 20K first, and then you can call it out even if it technically loses the number. You still keep
right. Yeah, you still keep it. Oh, okay, that's very nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to see the Nexus come in here. I don't know if we're going to be able to tell if the Divine Skill is going to be active or not here, but I don't see why you wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no reason not to. The only out here, I think, is honestly like a heal OT type of situation. And we're just going in. Just taking the damage here. Crits into a PG. Yep, and that is game.
Super unfortunate for Quatchi there. Honestly, everything that could have gone wrong, I think, went wrong in that game there. Instantly losing 2 of your grade 3 mechanics. I think it was one of the grade 1 mechanics, which gets you the other mechanics.
Critio
hitting crit twice.
They had a situation there where usually you want those cards in your hand, and they were not in the hand. And it happens. The Chaos is a high roll deck. So is Blang. They're both very high roll decks. It's gonna happen. Like Chaos is very reliant on specifically seeing the grade 1 Makani to kind of start looping, and then you also need the grade 3 in Soul to continue the loop. But if you happen to not get the loop, the deck kind of can fall apart.
Collapses.
It collapses, and it's really hard to recover. There's basically 2 things you need to go right when you're playing Chaos. You need to have Cyclers in hand, and you need to have Makanis in hand. If you have those 2 things going for you, the deck's insane. But the minute those 2 things are they both have to be active. Both things have to be active for it to work. But once you don't have those 2 things, the deck really starts struggling. Your hand is really small. You don't have the Makanis and Soul to apply pressure. What happens is you start really falling behind, and that's exactly what we saw. Which is it happens. It is how the deck is, and the person that played the deck, I'm sure, is 100% aware of this. I'm sure it's not their first game playing Chaos, so but it's the good stuff. I believe in Chaos. I promise it's good. I believe that our player wasn't gonna take it if they didn't think it was good. I genuinely was on the deck for a while, and I mean by like a month straight. It's all I played, like recently, and I was like, man, this deck feels great. And then I had my one game where I
everything went hard. Honestly, that's why I stopped playing decks like Chaos and Welsha, because like when things go great. No, Barrel goes great every time. I've never had an issue.
It doesn't. No,
but like I'll play Welsha like once, and then like I have to discard my crits. All my triggers have to get discarded. I don't see for the shoots, it's just like, no, never mind.
That's the downside. There's someone recently, I can't remember who, I want to say it was WCC Kai, but someone brought up like ride lines, and how like there's certain ride lines that if they don't like draw you cards, like you get behind really fast. And unironically, that is sort of how Chaos and Blank can be, why people aren't a fan of them, because once you whiff them, you're not drawing at all, and you can get behind. So it's kind of interesting. Whereas other ride lines, for example, like the Bob ride line, basically gets you 2 cards for free, and then you get more cards for free later on, and then you have like the Levy ride line where you ride up without having to do cost. Like they're always gonna do that. They're never gonna whiff that effect, so you always get it type of thing. Unless Bob does have a counter blast on it technically, so you can deny that. But just stuff like that. I think it's interesting looking into ride lines, and like kind of like Ranker Chain is a good example. Like that ride line also lets you draw early on, and just stuff like that. It's just interesting to see how ride lines impact like your mid to late game, or even like your turn 2 going into turn 3, and how that could sway the game. So it's really cool.
Yeah, they definitely did. I don't know why they decided to introduce ride lines. They didn't introduce the concept of having all of the ride lines plus, because it wasn't really until like Divines that we started to see, we should probably make these ride lines plus in some way, shape, or form. Even then, we still have things that nowadays just it's just like Soul Charge 2, and then that's it. That's all you get. 5K. Good luck with
that. Who would ever? What ride line could ever do such a thing?
Lichafel, the cat girl. She does that.
Paramagnus, right?
No. That's okay. We need that. 15k on your Vanguard turn 2. That sounds great. Absolutely
mhm.
immaculate. Soul Charge 2, so good, so good.
We have a coper in the house.
Cope. There's no cope. Only hope.
I can't wait to talk all this crap, and then like I go to like a regional, and like the person I face is like some Barra Magnus player, and they hit the full action going first, and I just sit there and go,
karma.
It does. Unironically, I used to play the deck, so I totally understand its ups and downs. So again, like Chaos and Black, like they're all part of that same pot, but just different ends of the same pot. Like one's a potato, one's a tomato, and one's a piece of meat. But they're all in the soup.
They're all in the stew. Yeah.
They're all in that
cooking
same
together.
stew.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, I am
fair.
full of quirks today. Apparently,
That's totally fine.
Anyway, so we've been talking a lot about Blackmire and Chaos and all that kind of stuff. What do you? So there's actually another deck that I think is kind of like cloaky right now, and I think it's a Vergilla. How do you feel about Vergilla?
Oh yeah, so Vergilla's in a weird spot right now where we in English don't have the extra support the deck was supposed to get because there's the structure deck that's supposed to come out. Where we're supposed to get at the end of the month, but then that got pushed back, and we already got the new form, the Alk Knights. But I don't know. To be honest, I haven't played the deck yet. I have the cards literally like right here next to me, and I haven't put it together yet. But it seems to be like one of the more stronger decks that I've just looking at the results from Japan. But I don't know if I see it. To be honest, I don't know what makes it so good. It seems a bit too inconsistent for me. Yeah.
Really?
So
I was gonna say, I feel it feels a little slow sometimes. This is a 5 attack deck going second, but it still feels a little. The numbers aren't insane. Like they're very guardable. I think it's really the triple drive that could be a little scary. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we just got Festival Collection, and I think this is one of by far the funnest sets to build for. I think a lot of people. Someone called it a nothing burger, and I was like, nah, this is not a nothing burger because like the AC units really add a lot. We got the reprint of the Dual Nations. I think that's a really good addition. I personally like. I've been messing around with Zorga and like the new grade 1. It's like a grade 1 that activates off of your orders being bound, and it's just a little funny goofy guy, makes your dragons bigger, and there's just so much little. Also the core coral support we got, like there's just so much little things, and I think the Chrono deck's actually like low-key a huge sleeper right now, and I think Vergil is a little bit of a sleeper. I definitely see that it's weaker, obviously because we don't have the trial deck, but I also see the strengths of it. I think the bind's really powerful right now. I think anything that has any form of retire it just has a really good use right now, because anyone that's playing right now knows that at least me personally, if I see restanders on Bob's side, I'm removing them. I don't care what is happening; those things are going. So absolutely. But yeah, anyway, I thought I'd talk about it. I'm a big fan of the collection we just got. It's like a week old now officially, so I think it's been a great addition to the meta that people, or even not even meta, like even casually, I think it's been a great addition.
Especially considering that up to a certain point, basically all of the previous tournament promos were reprinted, and not only reprinted in this set but also reprinted in foil, which is great, so you don't have to go and pay $20 offhand just to get a foil version of Immigar. You probably still have to, but at least now you actually have access to cards like the Immigar. You have access to the Chaos Skip Rider that we just saw. You have access to stuff like the Michu, the order where she's sneezing for whatever reason. You get access to that now for cheap, so really good set in terms of flooding the market with hard to get promos.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there was like a card in particular that got reprinted. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know it was in here. I think it was either Delphina or something else, but there's something I reprinted, and I was like, oh my gosh, life is so good.
Eureka.
Eureka. I forgot that card forever will be reprinted, and it'll still be $40. Don't don't let the market tell you otherwise.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what they have to do with that card. They're just gonna have to print it like for 3 sets in a row as like a comment or something like that, and maybe she'll be like $5.
I was gonna say, I think she needs she's a lot. I think she needs a lot. I don't know why specifically that card too. Like I get it, it's good, but like you can, like you only need 4, So
yeah,
you would think
whoa 4. You expect me to remove my Yukas that are like $100
Yeah.
from one deck to put into
Yeah.
another deck. No.
Yeah.
I'm
it's
not
like the cyclers,
receiving.
you know? We do
No,
it with
I'm not
cyclers.
receiving Lutetia to put them into Kyrie. That's too much.
That's
No.
crazy.
She's getting her own playset. Yeah, no.
That's crazy. I do this like every week. I think it's kind of wild
Yeah.
because I don't even play that much Liverpool, but every week I'm doing this. I'm like, oh man, I'll try this new deck. I don't want to sleep with you, like guys. Here we go.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even think that many decks. I mean, there's so many lyrical decks, so that's probably why. But it's not as mandatory as it was before.
I agree. There's been a lot of cards kind of coming out that are helping.
Right,
So,
yeah.
or that it's like either it's a main support, and also there's some decks I think in a little bit of the lower tiers that completely don't play Yuka just because they have their own
Right.
engine, like Coral and like
Right,
like
exactly.
the one that lets you discard, like the little harpy girl, her Hazelet's, the
Yeah.
bunny girl. There's a couple.
Right,
But
yeah,
some
yeah.
decks really care about like Michu, Kyrie, the Cat Girl high five deck, like so, and like the more meta decks, they all care. So
Yeah. But even like some of those, you can maybe make the argument without it. But
you
not
could,
to say
yeah,
that
you
she's
could
been a
run
great
other
card,
cards.
but yeah, definitely.
Awesome. So we actually have a very special interview coming up here. We got 2 people, so let's go ahead and see. We got 2 homies here.
Awesome.
Hello. Hello. Welcome in. It's nice to see both of you guys in here. One is off cam, one is on cam. But how are you guys? I guess we'll start with the person that's on cam, or Chaos Player here. How are you doing? I'm guessing they're muted, or we're having a little bit of
They're
a
not doing
sound.
that, or
sound
they're not doing
thing.
too great, I guess.
Hello? Hello? Wait. Am I
Hello?
good?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Hello.
I was just gonna say, this is the reason why I judge events and not play them, because I don't lose to sack that way.
You get to watch it happen instead. You're like, oh, it sucks to be them.
That game was extremely tragic. I promise Chaos does not perform like that 2 times on stream.
The same thing. I said the same thing. I was like, guys, I swear, I know there's only 4 Chaos players in the world, but I promise you, this stuff doesn't act like this.
No, it was crazy because so I won the die roll, which is usually good for the Chaos player, but I got rushed pretty hard turn 1. Went to 3 and somehow managed to damage 3 of my Mekanis, which I was just like, I'm staring at my hand. I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna cook.
Yeah, I saw your hand movements. I also play Chaos, and I was just sitting here going, oh my gosh. And it's funny, I actually know the person you were facing, and I knew exactly what was coming too. I was like, if they open perfectly, you're about to get rushed down. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it is what it is. My buddy Twan here, he's so good at this game. Oh, my bad.
I'll be honest with you, I did it too on accident. I couldn't say your name. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to say your name.
Oh, man.
All right. Anyway, so what made you? So I'm sure you're very familiar with the fact that Chaos isn't very unpopular. What made you bring it today?
I'm just here to attempt to scam wins during the tournament. Quite frankly, I told myself I wouldn't play Bapsarga, and I had the option to choose between either Chaos or Hari, and one of those two is not a good deck right now. So I figured, you know what? If I high roll good enough, Chaos can get some wins out. However, my deck decided to just not work today, so I got scammed instead. Woo!
Yeah, someone was getting scammed, so it ended up going against you. You became the scam. I guess that's what you're like. I'm gonna scam people, and deck's like, no, we're gonna scam you today.
Yeah, you're the one getting scammed.
It's okay. It happens. The deck is very powerful when it's powerful, so it's okay. It is a card game. It does happen, but I hope you were still enjoying yourself, regardless of damaging 3 Mekanis today.
It was definitely fun trying to figure out how to get to 13 soul without using my Soul Charge 3 engine.
I saw because you couldn't go back to the old one. I was like, oh no.
So during my grade 3 turn, I was trying to. So I rode up in Soul Charge 3. I did consider just keeping all the cards in Soul, but I was counting and I was like, I'd rather attempt to, because I was close. I was at 10, I believe. So I was just like, surely with the Soul Charge, the cards in my hand, I'm able to get the 13. It just didn't hit. But I had a Persona right in hand, so I was like, well, I can try again next turn. It is what it is.
Exactly.
like the deck just turns into, do I high roll this turn? No, I don't. I will low roll every single turn. Couldn't find my Mekanis mostly because they damaged them all, and I was just like, all right, it is what it is.
Well,
but yeah,
I'm here supporting the chaos. Don't worry, I see the vision.
It's okay. All I have to do is go undefeated during losers bracket tomorrow. Smile.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
easy
It will
peasy.
just the deck will just flip the other way like it likes to do, and it'll just go, here you go. Here's a perfect hand, a double Makani, double Philia, and a Persona Ride just for you. It'll be fun.
I did want to ask, as a judge, it is kind of funny seeing you play Chaos, because I would assume decks like Chaos are a deck check worst nightmare, because you have to check so many individual cards and match them to the deck log. As that.
So what was really funny was I decided to be really funny and send a picture of my deck to Charlie instead of like actually doing a deck log, but he was like, no, do a deck log. And I'm just like, fine. I will put in every single singleton. So yes, I do understand the pain of putting a Highlander in deck log. As a judge, yes, I hate. Oh my gosh, that reminds me of this one guy at Vancouver that had like a Highlander rarity like Levitress. Oh my god, that was a nightmare to deck check. But yeah.
I think I remember seeing it on like the pie chart end and like looking at it, and I went, why?
That guy was off to piss off the judges. You know what? It is what it is.
It's like painful to look at.
I respect the guy, but at the same time, it was not fun.
Yeah, I'm sure Bermuda Triangle Premium is probably like even worse because that's literally all one ofs. Like, because at least in Chaos you run 4 ofs in your deck, but
Right,
Bermuda
that is true.
is so much worse.
You know, I will give the Highlander players some respect. The Highlander players that are good enough to make it to top cut usually are good players who understand what happens when you get to top cut. So they'll usually have their deck in order, so I can just go fast with it.
Good
usually it's not that big of an issue. Normally the bad Highlander players filter out.
That's fair. You do learn after a bunch of tops that the best thing to do is to organize it like the way the deck block is. It's a little fun fact, but it makes it so much easier. Also makes it so much faster. Like you'll be in and out of like the ghost round, as I like to call it, pretty quickly.
Yeah,
it is what it is. I'm going back to judging after this. No more events for me.
I was like, I'm done. Through Makani, it's over.
I can't play this deck, man.
You can play other decks. They're out there.
Yeah, you should play Boss Saga, man.
No, Dark States only. Dark States only. That was one time. I am not a Boss Saga main. Sage, one of our other lovely judges, alongside being a great person, on great personality on Twitter, they ended up watching my game during the LCQ, and they're like, this guy sucks. And I was like, this is why I don't play BAB. But it's okay. I somehow managed to win that whole thing.
Hey, let's go. Congrats. I don't know exactly how we're doing this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know exactly how we're doing this, but we do have our secondary person who did win the match. So we should probably also have him in here. Usually, they're off camera, so I guess we're just gonna. How are you feeling, Mr. Blagmeyer? How you doing over there?
I'm good.
How does I saw the rushing went through. This is like a nice locals environment that I just witnessed.
Yeah, I hit well turn 1, turn 2. Not ideal, but I still forced cards and I hit crit. I'm like, 2 more cards, please.
Yeah, I saw the crit on turn 1. I was like, oh boy. Then you
crit on 2, even better.
And then the Dreamcast gave a clutch for Chaos Play here, but I was like, oh my goodness gracious.
Thank God you got Twin Cast.
Yeah.
Oh.
What made you? So I know this answer, but what made you decide to take Blank today?
I want to play for fun deck. Either this or Prison. I didn't want to play Boss Saga again. I was like, I don't know how much longer I could play Blame Mire before it actually go out of rotation. So I was like, let's play here.
Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting you play Prison. You've been on Blang a lot recently. But fun fact, our Blackmire player here is a Prison player. So I remember the days of pure Prison.
Yeah, we have like 3 other people who play Prison in our local, and I just know how to beat them. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that is true. We actually have a very heavy prison
Yeah, we
world,
have a
which
lot
is
of prison
funny because we
players.
also have Ava players. It's just so the Ava players just gotta steamroll that matchup.
Yeah, I
So
love that. I also play Able too. I'm a brain game
You do.
mainly. Yeah, so it's like whenever playing 2 Prison, I was like, yo, this is so free.
It is very free because for those
It's
that don't know
so
that are
free.
listening in, the ops grades we have crits on them from the prison.
Yeah.
So what happens is you just sit there and go, yeah, this is always there's always gonna be crits on these grade 3s. So have fun.
Yeah. Ugh.
All right, Curry, you got anything?
I did want to ask. I feel like no matter what, Black Primary players are always gonna stick to this, but is the boost package still worth it now that we have Nexus?
I would say so. It does. You be some if you have like the correct boost column. You can go for 60 or 60 to 70 if you have you also use Invoker. So I think it's not like hot. Like if I see in my hand, I won't I'll probably just put it back in the deck because I'd rather see my Philias and my other Rock. But if I see it eventually, I say, oh cool, I just play it down and then I set it for next turn, and then like usually the boost the order package also help me with like set up Philia. So like, oh, they have like 5 cards in the Philia. All right, here we go.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I actually questioned. I had the same question actually, Crowley. I asked in person. Like I kid you not, in person because our Blackmire player here. Well, I will dox his name for the 10th time today. But
Sure.
he won. You won. What was it? Vanguard Day? I'm trying to remember. Or was it
I won. I think it was the Chinese Megamine one cup.
Oh yeah, it was recent. It was recent because you run with
Yeah.
you won with Blackmire, and I remember asking the same question. I was like, "Oh, you're right," because you're running a 1-1 split of the order package.
Yeah, I'm doing a 1-2 split this time.
Yeah. Little fun fact: he was my finals. It was a blank mirror. Yeah.
Who went first?
I did, and I misplayed my shield a little bit. I thought I was dead, so I kind of like said no guard. And I found out that I did have enough shield, and I found out that I suck. So so he won it all. It was actually it was a really fun match. I think Twelve was sitting there going like, I think I lose here. I'm going second, and then he won.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. So if you survive if the Blackmire survive the divine turn, you have the chance to beat them that next turn.
Yep.
Basically.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
All right. I believe that's all we have for you guys. Thank you guys for coming out. I hope you guys had a great time. Congrats and all that fun stuff. So thank you guys for being here with us. And we're about to go take a break here. So we'll catch you guys a little bit. Thank you.
Yep. Best of luck tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. After a really awesome, let's say, day one here. Curly, how are you feeling today?
I was feeling great. I found out the results of the last game for Pools 2. Not feeling the best right now, but I'm going to try and put it past me. Hope the worst for a certain someone in day 2. But other than that, very happy with how this event came out. A lot of great players came out, and we got to see a lot of good matches in today's event.
Yeah, I think overall was good. I'm sorry for your loss, Curly.
Yeah. My day's ruined.
Yeah, you're not gonna sleep
Whole
tonight. I
weekend.
understand. You're gonna be really
Yeah.
tired tomorrow. I get it.
Yep.
It's
You're
tough
gonna
out here.
have
We do have a couple things to go through. We'll be going into looking at the bracket and then some data and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and see how the bracket's looking and just go from there. All right. Wow, what a bracket. So,
Yeah.
it's fun to look at though. So we have all the way. I'm trying to see. Sorry, I'm really bad at reading these.
It's okay.
So sorry, this is tomorrow's bracket. This makes way more sense now. All right, so this is tomorrow's
Yes.
bracket. So we have the winners on top and losers on the bottom. I guess I'll do winners and I'll go bring losers to you. So we got Crow versus Barry for the first, and then we have Demonis versus Kenzio. Then we have Peter and Ootman facing each other, and then we have Suo and Entropy facing each other. And what is the losers bracket looking like?
Yeah, so that's the winners bracket. If any of those in a winners bracket lose, they go to the losers bracket, they get a second chance. Unlike these players here stuck in the losers bracket, because unfortunately they didn't make it out of the top 2 out of their pools. So if they lose any of their games, they're just completely out of the tournament here. First up, we have K versus Megatrick. Then we have Sergio versus Quatchi. Then we have Bailey versus Cardfight Prime, and finally Kenzio versus Nirvana Vister.
Yeah, awesome to see. And we're gonna see the real action tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be the real heavy day. Like we got a lot going on, so it's very exciting to see. I am excited to see. We actually didn't get a chance to see Crow today, if I remember correctly. I don't think we got a chance to see Crow. Or there's I'm trying to see. Did we see Bailey too? There's a couple of people on here we haven't seen yet. So I'm excited to see kind of how they play it out. So it looks like Crow, Bailey, Demos, Peter were all unseen today. They escaped stream. Sergio also escaped stream. Kay escaped stream. So it'll be interesting to see how they face off tomorrow, because our winners bracket, obviously, they all did exceptionally well. They got them there. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they fight it out.
Absolutely, yeah. We got a lot of strong contenders here in the losers bracket, so they're not out just yet. So we'll see how they fare in tomorrow.
Yeah, I completely agree. So we're gonna go bring it back to us here while we're waiting for data here. So let's talk about predictions. Who do you think is gonna take it all?
So I know we have one of our strongest contenders in Kenzio, just given that we know the deck that they're playing is what I feel like everyone would agree is the strongest deck in this format in Bob Sagra. They came out clean out of their pools, undefeated. So he's definitely looking pretty good into this day 2. So if I had to put my money on anyone, it would probably be Kenzio.
That's fair. Being the only Bob Sagra, actually, I believe they're only Bob Sagra, in this. So that being said, yeah, and Bob being completely untouched, completely unbanned, very, very, very strong contender. Definitely, I think the pilot matters so much. I think people still to this day underestimate how powerful this deck is. The pilot is just such a big deciding factor between the Bob being good or not. Because if you just don't know how to play Bob, you're gonna lose. Like that deck is very punishing for how you play. So if you just don't know what you're doing, you're not gonna do well. So I agree with your prediction there. I think that's a very strong and obvious prediction. I'm gonna side with Wagmire. Just because I strongly believe that I think that matchup unironically is like so neck and neck, and I think both decks are good for their own reasons. And some people will call Bagmire Glass K, which it can be, but Steven, someone who's been piloting the deck that we saw, and we also saw Kenzio. No, not Kenzio. Sorry. We saw did we see? I'm trying to remember who's the other person. Oh, Twan.
Your
Twan
friend.
is also playing blank, also showcasing the strength of it. And long story short, very, very different playstyles, by the way. Two people playing a similar deck on two different complete playstyles. So one person plays it more tempo, one plays it more aggressively, and it's really interesting to see that the two different sides. Because you know, Blackmire being Blackmire, if you divine skill when they're 4 damage, they kind of lose, right? So both play differently. Where one is playing more for like the numbers, like the numbers just get so obscene that when you do divine the obscene, it's like guaranteed, like I'm winning here, versus kind of going for like more of a high roll approach where you're shotgunning divine, but you also don't know if you're going to kill on that turn. So yeah, very interesting. As I'm personally on the Blackmire side, I believe in Steven. I think Steven being one of also one of the best players. A lot of really good players here, obviously, but Steven being an insane pilot, playing for Vanguard for so many years, always coming on top of whatever tournament he usually goes to. He usually does really well. So I believe that Steven can take it all.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd have to also maybe change my bet into Steven. I got it a little bit wrong. Kenzio actually did end up losing one game in pool, so he's not undefeated. So maybe Buff Sagra isn't as unbeatable as we maybe think going into this tournament. We'll see. Vladimir being the most popular deck, at least, not by much. There's only 2 of them.
Yeah,
it's definitely a safe pick. I can very easily steal games going to the next round, have enough stamina to go through this entire tournament, right? Probably
yeah. I think that's a good thing you bring up about stamina. Bob is very intricate. Like you have to play so correctly, and even if you like max the deck out, like you just know in and out, you still have to play it so optimally. It's easy to make a mistake. Blackmire, you do have to play super optimally too. There's definitely decision making, but the decision tree is I think a little bit lighter. I think you're very reliant on what's in your soul, and once your soul set up, you're kind of just chilling turn after turn. And the only thing you really care about is whether you're playing a retire matchup or not, because that's really when the soul will matter the most. If your cards stick on the board there and you're playing against a matchup that doesn't retire, you don't really need to stress over what you're binding, what's going away, what's disappearing. You kind of just do the same thing over and over again. Bob does care a bit more and cares more about setup and all that stuff and the Fire Lords. There's a lot going on. So I'm glad that you are siding with me. Let's go. We're on the same side for once.
For once, yeah. Wait, what do you mean for once? We're always on the same side.
What do you
After
mean?
this, we're gonna have a nice quick talk about our latest Barrel Magnus build. We have a lot of changes to talk about from Festival Collection. Are you ready for that?
No, I think you should talk to my boyfriend about that, the guy who actually plays the deck, who understands you way better than I do,
Okay, fine.
Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the data. It is ready for us, so we're gonna go see it and see what's going on. Oh wow, that's a lot of data. I love it.
Data. That data.
So
data.
we have final standings. It's empty, obviously, for now. But okay, we also have player information here, so you guys can check out all their Twitter accounts. I think this is lovely to see, so you guys can see, all the magic on their Twitter accounts as well. Some of them are very active. I don't know about every single person, but I know a good majority of them are very active and talk about all other stuff here. Got the Pool A and Pool B, Pool C, Pool D. I didn't realize we had a Direful Doll player, so that's also really cool.
Yes.
And before I'm gonna keep yapping, so I'm gonna stop myself. Curly, I'll let you yap a little bit before I go into the yap.
Let me yap. Let me go over the full deck breakdown here. So as you can see here in the sort of middle right, we have our 2 Vladimires, 2 Raziels, 2 Estroyas, 1 Buff Sakura, 1 Chronojet, 1 Direful Doll, 1 Impaldio, 1 Chaos, 1 Night Rose, 1 Odium, 1 Rewinder / Chrono, the Kodo deck, 1 Shoujo Doji, 1 Varilla, and finally 1 Zorga.
Nice. I'm seeing a very hard, very heavy Dark States representation. Because we don't really have the representation of nations here, but I can definitely say we have a lot of 1 of Dark States decks on top of Blackmire. It looks like almost 50% of the chart is actually Dark States. So that's really cool to see. I think again, addition to affiliate stuff definitely added on to this. Loving the Zorga. A big Zorga fan. We saw Doji in action earlier. We didn't get to see Chrono, another very underrated, I think very powerful deck as well. Also draws a lot, got good restand. Just an overall good deck. Yeah, we got Direful Dolls as well. A very, very strong deck in my opinion too. I think it a little bit harder to play right now with Bob being at full power, but I do still think it definitely could break through. It's definitely another power driven deck. Very hard to play. Got Rose in there. Got a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of good decks. I don't see a single deck on here that'd be like, nah, this can't win. In all honesty, a lot of really good choices here. So we also have conversion rates to winners brackets. So that's really cool. I didn't see that. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
And then
pretty good.
we got the pools, and then let me see what's going on with the pools here. So we got some tiebreakers, basically just how it broke down. And I see Vergilla and Blagmeyer were the undefeateds here. So that's also interesting to see. So Vergilla, we talked about earlier about how it's missing some pieces, but here we have Crow going undefeated with it. I'm actually very familiar with Crow as well, and I can't remember if I talked to him about it or someone else at Locals recently. But we recently kind of did this thing where we kind of looked at the cards and put together. We're kind of like, wow, this stuff's like kind of good. So I'm sure Crow feels happy. Yeah. So it's interesting to see that they're both going undefeated on two different ends, and it actually wasn't Bob specifically. So that was also interesting to see. So it was Vergilla that went undefeated. You would expect it to be Bob. But Bob also isn't an all be all deck. Not saying it's not strong. It's definitely strong, but it can also there are games where you also can get OT'd on. Like it's not like it's a one-way street, So anything could happen. It could have been maybe they were bricking, maybe they didn't see Persona, maybe Blackmire OT'd them. I don't know. Something could have happened. Anything's possible with Cardfight Vanguard, as I like to say.
Absolutely. Yep.
You got anything else? Because I'm yapping again. I'm sorry.
It's good. We're here for the yapping. Don't worry about it. Looking, I guess, at the other side of the pools here, it's mainly looking pretty interesting. Like you mentioned before, I want to see how Direful Dolls play into the rest of the decks here, especially what their first matchup is going to be. I think that's going to be very important. Ideally, we don't go into something like Bafsagra right away into the first round or something like that, right? Also, the Rewinder Chrono deck. I feel like a lot of people are excited to see that deck. Big fans of that deck. Especially, I think it's a good deck to see on stream, right? Super cool to see it when it actually pops off with all the retries and the multiple attacks. I think it's the deck here out of all of these that has the most attacks that it can do.
Yes,
in a single turn, right?
I think it's technically. I actually think I agree. I think Chrono can do 1 to 2 more attacks than Doji can. If that's under full power, full soul, full everything, all counterblast related things. Yeah, with 4 retries, I believe, because 4 retries is an extra attack each time you have a back row, which is 5, 6, 7. I believe it's 7 attacks. I could be wrong. Might be 8. Oh no, I didn't include Vanguard skill. I think I said Vanguard freestanding. So I believe it's 8 to 9 attacks. So yeah, it's pretty up there. Very long game though. You will go to deck out usually by the time you get the 4th retry.
So hopefully we don't go into something grinding like Night Rose or Direful Doll, which is interesting that they're all lumped into the same pool there.
Yeah, you're right. That did happen, huh? A little bit slower decks. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So what are the odds? But we have somewhat of the much faster decks here in Pool B. Chronojet coming out of that is pretty interesting, as that's not really a deck that you can discount. Right, nowadays you can never discount Chronojet, but it's definitely not a deck that you expect to always see topping, for example, right? It can be kind of hit or miss. And then Shoto Doji's also super interesting, as that kind of fell off the face of the earth. Which we have none of here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Levy fell off in popularity, so I think it gives Doji a little bit more room to breathe. And then also, just a little thing about the Jet thing. Jet did get a new card in the festival collection. I know I keep bringing it up. I just think, like I said, I'm just gonna keep saying it. It's a really cool collection. And there is a new card for Jet, and I'm pretty sure I had to take a guess that card's probably being played. So, anything else you see here that you want to, like Zorga? Anything else you want to bring up?
No, I never have anything good to say about Zorga, so I'll leave that to you if you have anything that you can.
I was gonna say they got a new card. It seems like it might have went against Cardfight Prime here. So I actually I don't know. I'm on your side. I love Zorga, but I'm also very aware of its weaknesses currently in the format. So but yeah, overall really awesome stuff. Awesome data to see. Congrats to all the players be able to play and have fun. A lot of good stuff. We didn't even touch base on Razzo, but it seems like Razzo did a little bit more on the poorer side this upcoming for this specific. Doesn't mean Razzo's bad, but again, things can happen. But let's go over. Let's go finish things up, and let's go talk.
Let's go talk.
Let's go talk more, guys.
We haven't been doing that so far.
It's not like it's not a job or anything, right? Big shout outs to everybody, everybody behind the scenes who's also working really hard to make these things happen. Sage did a lot of the data. I'm not sure if Sage did all the data, but I'm guessing that she did. So she did good, awesome stuff. It's always good to see data, so it's good to have all that. And also shout outs to the streaming team that are working really hard, and the judges that are judging, obviously the players that are able to come out and play. So really awesome stuff to see. It's just nice to see everyone kind of all collectively working to bring this to you guys.
Yep, absolutely. And also big thanks to our sponsors for today and tomorrow's events, 50 Cards, Dual Specs, and Triple Rare. Big thanks to them for helping us actually have this event and have prizing for our players.
Yeah, that's always nice. They all really do a good job as well. The sponsors put a lot of work between cards, supplies, just anything, and they're also, sponsoring this event, which is always a really good thing to have. It's always about the players, want the players to have a good experience. So that's always good.
Absolutely. And I think with that, we'll see everyone tomorrow for week 2, day 2 of this event. I think it's going to be the two of us starting off tomorrow, huh? So we're right back here. Very nice.
Yeah. More Bear Manners conversations.
Yes, absolutely. Please cook up a good build so we can talk about that.
I'll send you
stream.
the most. I'll put 4 of that girl in, and then 4 of the new doll, and then everything else will just be vanillas.
No. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie, and then afterward.
I'm really good at that. I'm really good at getting people in the first half. That's where it matters most.
Well, with that, thank you so much, everyone, for watching today's stream. Thank you, Orange, for co-casting with me today, and I can't wait to see the games tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys. Thank you for everything. Stay tuned for tomorrow. It's gonna be a really exciting day, way longer, so a lot more Vanguard coming your way. Other than that, guys, thank you so much for being here. See you guys in the morning or afternoon, and
Night.
bye everyone.
Thanks, everyone.